The arrow is right here. The arrow realized that the arrow has a sweater to take off. Now arrow's gonna be cold because arrow doesn't have a sweater. But arrow get hot with sweater. Arrow needs a shirt. Also, arrow needs to clean up some dishes. But arrow didn't want to start 5 minutes after arrow said they wanted to start. So yeah. Arrow is wearing something, but well, actually, now that I just took off my sweater. I'm gonna get back to you on that. Okay, Neko. I've got shorts on. I've got a sports bra on. Most of my torso and my upper legs are covered. It is simply my extremities, my arms, and my legs, which are uncovered. That is the majority of me that is uncovered. That is normal bits of a person to be uncovered. I am simply participating in the World Cup right now. You don't get it, Neko. Okay, let us grab the link and go here. Why do I make noises? Like what possible, what possible reason could there be for me to make such noises? Stream announcement live now. I ain't gonna front, Chief. Got a lot of CAIN Homebrew that needs writing, and I have very low hopes it's gonna get done today. Wanna be the one that changes that? And skadoosh. Now we pop out you, and we make you questions. Oh, I need to make the question right. Q&A. It's Friday. You know what that means. Fun Fact Friday. And if you don't know what Fun Fact Friday is, or you speak poorly of it, I will execute you on site. This is not something that we can just breeze past. When you disrespect myself, you disrespect my kin, you disrespect all arrow kissers out there with your lack of regard for Fun Fact Friday. In fact, the longer you live, the more bones you lose. Yes! The more everything you lose. You lose skin cells. You lose brain cells. You lose... Those are the only two things I can think of off the top of my head. But that's still a lot. You lose hair. Fish Fact Friday. I mean, we could swap to Fish Fact Friday next week. Fat Tail Friday. Why would you have a fat tail? I don't have a normal tail either. I don't have any sort of tail. Why would I be Fat Tail Friday? I don't think that's my domain. Ponytail. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I was very confused why I would have Fat Tail Friday when I have no tail, right? Don't tail shame people. Listen. Fat Tail Friday is a celebration of fat tails, I would assume. I don't know. I am not a puppy girl. I am not a dog boy. I am not a furry. I am not part of this culture. Your tail is not my costume. No tail, no booty. All right, send pics, Neko. Put your money where your mouth is. We can swap. We're not swapping booty pics. Fat Tail Friday is super. Oh, it's for lizards. Yes, the scalies are gonna go crazy. Fun fact: I didn't know 2 YouTubers collabing could make me almost pass out. That was a fun. Okay. So I've had a couple collabs recently. I've actually done 3 recently. The first one was with Svelte, the writer behind the Harpocrates dossier, who I actually met through the channel. The second one was with Zactac. The third one was with Dragon Kid, and they were all fun. I enjoyed making all of them. I definitely treated Svelte better than the other 2 on accident, but like I didn't kill Svelte. At least not on screen. Not on screen. So like it's neat, it's fun. I don't know why people are panicking though. I had multiple people be like, I would have never expected this. This is the crossover of the century. Like, how could you have seen this happening? And I'm like, really? It's like, Tac talks CAIN, I talk CAIN, he talks Lancer, I talk Lancer. We're both like within a couple thousand subscribers of each other. Like I've commented on his videos. He's been in my chat. Like it's one of those things where I think that if I randomly collabed with like Matthew Colville, MCDM, Bob the World Builder, Dali from Mystic Arts, like those are all things where like that would be like, whoa, out of nowhere. Seth Skorkowski, Quinn from Quinn's Quest. Like those are all people who like are either significantly larger than me, or have been doing things longer than me, or have been playing different systems than me. And so those are all like channels where like that would be, if I collabed with them, that would be like, oh, whoa, how did this happen? But I'm one of like maybe 5 channels, like channels that have a decent following and upload consistently, that consistently talk to Bloomverse, consistently talk Lancer, consistently talk CAIN. So I talked 2 of the other largest ones because I think they're cool. Like, to quote someone else, this is like a Super Bowl for a very specific type of person. Tom Bloom collab went. I love that, but he's currently off making a comic, and also he's running or ran Lancer for like Super Eye Patch Wolf. So I think he's a little rich for my blood. So as much as I would love to collab with Tom Bloom at some point, I think he's a little above my pay grade. It was my favorite YouTubers talking about my favorite mech. It was less surprised, more viciously overwhelmed. Sorry to overstimulate you. Can't believe Arrow's going to be in the next season Critical Role. That would be crazy. Like okay. Imagine this. Picture this in your brain. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Campaign 4 wraps up. Brendan Lee Mulligan, fantastic GM. He sunsets all of it. They take like a 6-month-long hiatus. They probably, as a group, like play a mini campaign like EXU or whatever, just to kind of like do a palate cleanser, like wind down. And they're like, season 5 is going to be more ambitious than ever. We're going to go back to basic. It's going to be the original, like solid, I think it's like 7 players and Matthew Mercer. We're going to have a rotating cast of guests, and one of those guests is going to be an anime person called Arrow Writes. And then everyone's like, what do you mean an anime person? And they're just like, no. So like this person is anime. And then they're going to be in Critical Role. And then the audience is just like, what? What does this mean? And then like, no, you don't understand. And the audience is like, yes, I do not understand. What is an anime person? And they're like, an anime person is a person from anime. Do you not get that? And they're like, no, I don't get that. And then it's just back and forth like that. That's how I imagine it would go. But that would be very funny. XP to level 3 collab. Again, XP to level 3 is another channel which is like, I think they have like 800,000 subscribers. So as much as I would love to be like, hey, I know you're like planning on talking Lancer soon. I'd love to hop in there. That feels incredibly scummy to me. Like, you know, because obviously XP to level 3, the Dungeon Tube community, from what I've seen as an outsider, is pretty tight-knit. And by not tight-knit as in like exclusionary, but like a lot of folks in that community know one another. They have played in actual like D&D games together. They will like, they know each other outside of their channels. And so to have me as just effectively an outsider to Dungeon Tube, just kind of like insert myself in because like big channel, irrespective of the fact that I actually like genuinely respect XP to level 3 as a content creator and really appreciate the Lancer video. I think the Lancer video was hilarious. It would feel scummy to me. It would feel clout chasey to me as the person who is a significantly smaller channel, even if it is a proper niche, to reach out to them. Because I've had people, I talked about this on the Discord stream the other day, where, oh yeah, you already know. You already know. I already got fired up. We already know what we're doing. We're doing MS Paint. However, I have two things first. I just realized, first off, we have a Q&A channel. Fun Fact Friday. On YouTube streams, I have a Q&A. If you have a question that is not directly relevant to what we're talking about right now, you can throw it over in the Q&A channel. I will generally set aside like an hour, half an hour, depending on how many questions there are at the end of stream, and I'll just go through all the questions. So if you ask a question and then you have to hop out, in the VOD, you can just check out the last like 45 minutes of stream. Also, I like to acknowledge you if you are here. If you are giving me acknowledgement, I want to reciprocate that in whatever way I can. So if you are here chatting, whether you are a lurker or whether you are a VOD watcher or whether you are literally chatting right now, if you say hi, I will acknowledge you as best I can. This is where we get like the hi wall, where everyone just says hi, hello, hey, how's it going? And also, if you want to share one nice thing that you're either planning to do or that you just did that won't dox you, but it's just kind of like spreading some positivity, because I like to remind people that we're here to have a good time, right? I was about to ask what Fun Fact Friday is, but then I remembered it. I know, I definitely know. Please don't execute me. Good. No, Fun Fact Friday is so awesome. It's my favorite. See, you understand. Didn't I melt 11 Dragon Kid? No, the Lycan melted 11 Dragon Kid. I didn't kill your character. The dragon killed your character. So, hi Alti and B and N and Dark and Pipe and Ryu and Monty and Minx and Forgot and Some Dude and Linchester and Is Original and Grimoire and Bear and Schrodinger and Patch and oh my gosh, Logan and Chainsaw and Shade and Mizzle and Bees, and if I missed you, just say hi again. Neko, I don't know if I said hi to you, but you don't deserve it. Moth, Some Dude, Warlock, DP, Gray. I'm going insane creating a narrative system for the combat focused WM? World Machine. My CAIN campaign is about to reach its conclusion. This will be the first campaign of any TTRPG that I've got to an actual end instead of scheduling issues killing. I, one time, proper campaigns. Have I ever ran a game that did not fall apart by the end? I had one game where I ran it and then I TPK'd the party. And then because they and then we kind of like moved away from it. I ran a different game for them. Then we moved away from that. And then I ran them a conclusion. I ran them a little conclusion mini arc after they TPK'd. I had them revived by the bad guy. And then I gave them all like special statuses that they would get negatives, but also a little bit of a positive based on the fact that they were revived in different ways. And so I ran them through a little mini arc. I let them fight the main boss. I let them beat the main boss. And then I wrote up a little document that gave them closure, right? So that's one where, technically speaking, like, that was my first ever big campaign, and also my first ever one that I did run to completion. There was just kind of like a break in the middle, because once they died, we shifted away to a different game, and then we came back for like a mini campaign. Finishing a campaign is a Herculean effort. Big respect to anyone who can finish one. Dude, I'm so upset. Like I still talk about this, and that's how you know it bothers me, is that I had a game, and I've played 2 characters. I've played 2 characters that got like 15 plus levels. One of whom was from level 3 to like level 19. And I had one that was level 5 to level 18. And neither of these was in a traditional D&D party, which probably explains why I was able to do this. This was in a West Marches. Oh, West March WM and West Marches. Whoa. Zap, MS Paint, is there a Mr. Paint? Okay, there was. And then MS Paint went through all of the legal proceedings to get their documentation changed. And even without that, they still socially go by Mrs. Paint. So if you could be respectful of that, actually, sorry. Oh no, it's July. Never mind. You don't have to respect that. It's fine. Pride Month's over. We don't have to care. And then over here was a one-on-one game I was a part of. And in the one-on-one game, I was a warlock, and so the GM like ruled that I could just get like boosts of levels. So I would like never level up 1 level at a time. I would usually level up like 2, 3, or even 4 levels at a time. So I would like do a quest line, and then I would like get like 3 levels because my patron is giving me like a pump of power, right? Pride Month's over. We don't have to care. Corporations. Listen, Arrow writes, Arrow corporates. The next step, using artificial intelligence to guide our way. We are going to give you what we think you want, and then bar you from getting anything else so that we can justify to our investors our low quality. Arrow corporates. The way of the future is in the past. And then I play like doon like just really bad like corporate music. Arrowficial intelligence. Oh my gosh. Rip Pride Month, queerphobia is back to being Vogue. Yeah, listen, they took voguing from us. In fairness, we took voguing from Black Americans. So, like, it's a little bit of like, hey, you stole this thing I stole. However, you know, sorry, I heard pumped. What are we talking about? We're talking about pumping up levels in D&D. What was the thing I opened MS Paint for? I had a thing, and then I was talking about questions. Oh, this was separate, but this was, I got to level 18. I was literally 1 session from the big climactic fight where like I was like going to ascend to godhood and then fight like 3 other gods because I was betraying my patron, because my patron wanted to like take over the world, and the friend group fell apart. The game fell apart because a thing happened, and this GM was more friends with other people and not with me. So it wasn't even the game was bad. It wasn't even like scheduling. Like we made scheduling. This was a game where the one-on-one game. I talked about this before. This was a one-on-one game where the GM invited me to be a part of a traditional group with other people in this friend group. And I said no, even though I really wanted to. Because that's what you do when you have anxiety. You say no to things that you want to do, and then you feel bad when you don't do them. And then that makes you more anxious, so you're less likely to say yes in the future. And then you keep self-sabotaging, and then it's not fun. It took me a long time to like recognize and also work through this. But this was like actually like the setup for this. But then I'm like expressing like, oh man, I wish I joined. And then he's like, well, what if I run a one-on-one game for you where you're a villain? And I'm like, oh, that'd be so much fun. Like, you run a one-on-one game for me. I made Q&A Big Chat. Did we have Fun Fact Friday? Are you disrespecting Fun Fact Friday? What's wrong with you? Boo this man! Boo! Drama ending games is the worst? Yeah. So basically, they're like, oh, do you want to be a villain? And I'm like, yeah. So I was made as a level 5 character where I'm a leader of a cult, i.e. warlock. And my whole thing is I'm going to like be a little villain. I'm going to have my own little like, oh, here's a little side adventure. I might get up to like a level 6, 7, you know, haha. And then I'm going to, wait. Some dude says they love Fun Fact Friday. They love Fun Fact Friday. Now, as an empath, I can tell that some dude is speaking from the heart. So we are going to retract our boos. I want all of us to go, ooh, ooh, this man. Because you gotta like take it back, right? It's like sucking in the exhales and the sighs. Thank you. Not banished to Siberia. If anything, Siberia's coming to you. I love free fries. Okay, wait, no. Real. Boo this man! Boo! I want those boos back out. Boo! Oh, Mizzle, if you're neutral to Fun Fact Friday, that's like not technically negative, but it certainly isn't positive. So I'm gonna go boo! Boo! Just bees at you. Bees? No, not the bees. We have too many bees. Do I have the image? I do. Not the bees. Wait, what if I just do... Can I just do this? Can I open clips in... No, I can't. The bees! Can we get orbs instead? I need describe. Okay, I'll give you one singular orb, okay? I'm gonna start a timer. And you get like 1 minute to scry your orb. And you better make it count. Can we accept on this? Or can we accept the fact that I'm gonna give you 1 minute to ponder your orb and then the orb's getting back in the closet? I need your confirmation for that. Where? Okay. You have 1 minute to ponder your orb. Okay, that's it. Orb done. No more orb. That's all you get. No more orb. Absolutely no more orb for you. You deny us the beep beep beep. And you oversee my greatest desire. Metal Mark from... Metal Mark is your greatest desire. The most basic, one trick, old dog, old tricks mech out there from SSC. You want the hard suit that lets you go bum, 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 bum. It's just pretty okay. If I wanted something just for its appearance, I go out and make poor decisions at the club. One trick says the Barbarossa. I'll have you know, the Barbarossa can do multiple things. It has with the flak gun. It has anti-air. With the mines, It is battlefield control. With the autoloader, it has support capabilities for all allies, not just it. Not to mention the fact that it can be a complete gunboat that focuses on a mid-range denial. Given the fact that it has 3 mounts, I think it's a flex main heavy. So it can just go absolutely stupid crazy, or it can be a sniper. And that's not even to mention the apocalypse. No. Let's think about this. Let's put our brains together for a moment. What can the metal mark do? Sorry, how many ways does it have to go invisible? A single mechanic from the game that can't stack with stuff? Sorry. It is 4 different ways to go invisible, and none of them stack with themselves. And if you go invisible, you still have a 50-50 chance of being hit because it doesn't actually help you not be detected by enemies. It's just a coin flip, meaning you are gambling with your life, which I will admit is pretty pog. We love gambling with our lives. However, you want to tell me that your weeb shock knife, that if you lose it, you have to send a written apology, is gonna hold a candle to heavy ordnance siege cannon? Oh, I can throw it. Oh, it does a little bit of heat or burn. Statements dreamed up by the utterly deranged. Metalmark can pretty easily get to 20 evasion. Okay, name me one SSC frame that can't. Name one SSC frame that if you max out agility, take the +2 evasion core bonus, and then take some talent that I'm sure gives you evasion, doesn't get to 20 evasion. Like, come on. Let's be real now. Metalmark looks prettier than Barbarossa. Okay. I will say. The Metalmark, I do dig the color scheme. The forearms is the equivalent to a mech of 4 eyes. I'm sorry. Forearms. You need forearms to slash. Like, point and laugh at this mech. Point and laugh at the mech that walks around with a forearm. I have forearms. They're hidden by gloves, but I have forearms. It's got... Why does it have reverse jointed hooves? Why does it have hooves? Why do they all have hooves? Why is it all toe beans out or hooves? Why can't it just be like a shoe? Why can't it just be like a hook for gripping? Why, like this is one step off a paw. They know what they're doing. They know what their audience is. I do like reverse joint limbs. I played Armored Core. The Uma Musume mech? No, listen. The Uma Musume mech, we all know is the Minotaur. However, due to how the frick did they manage to put toes on hooves? These toes have hooves. These hooves have toes. How did they manage this? I was gonna make a joke about how this is just like a plus-sized Uma, and that anyone who says differently is just like body shaming. They literally added toes to hooves. I brought up how, hey, why do all of them have toes or hooves? Why can't they have anything else? When I said anything else, I didn't mean a combination. Tom Bloom! L-Take, Arrow, toe hooves are peak mech design. I didn't say they're not peak mech design. I just said they're freaky. Now let's look at a normal one. No! I've been betrayed in my hour of need. Do they all have toes? How many of them have toes? Okay. This is what I want to see more of. This is what I want to see more of. Okay. Harrison Armory has boots. That's why Harrison Armory is the best manufacturer. I say this as a Horus enjoyer. However, they do make my favorite license, so I am obligated to like support the military industrial complex just a little bit. I think closest to a normal mech is the Drake. Dude, you can't have open-toed shoes in a wartime environment. Okay, cool. These are big chunky boots. See, like, we love this. Listen, this is what happens when they took a World War I era, like, trench bunker, and they just gave it legs. And luckily, the legs were not hooves or have toes. Now, you want to see an offender? Probably the single biggest offender out of all of these? This is like 8 hooves. Why? Why does it have 8 hooves? You are a freak. This one is a freak. They have a mech that has more hooves per mech than any other mech out there. Mind you, none of these things have tank treads. None of them have tank treads. And yet we have like 30% of them by volume are hoof. I want a mech with tank treads so bad. I mean, obviously, when I run, I just say sure if you want tank treads. Its hooves are heelless, high heels. Shade. I've started saying some thoughts should be inside thoughts and should stay inside. This is an instance where that is the truth. And I recognize it's the truth. And I recognize I should not shoot the messenger. However, I need someone to take out my righteous fury upon, and you are the one that upset me. Not because you are upsetting, but because what you said was. I'm sorry. Listen, Shade. They hated you because you spoke the truth. I need to execute you now. Like this is just how this goes. My mistake. My apologies. I'm not looking at listen. The Black Witch is more freaky than the Death's Head, but the Death's Head has more hooves. The Sun Zi, actually, the reason the Sun Zi is odd is because it's stolen Volador's deck. This is a Harrison Armory frame that has a like a blink drive strapped to it. And so it's a frame that is incorporating Volador's tech, which are these spacefaring, I believe, are they Mesoamerican or are they Mexican specifically inspired like space nomads? They have like flotillas and they're kind of like the Quarians from Mass Effect. And the Voladores, like, they go around in the super advanced tech, and Harrison Armory either stole Blink Space tech or like literally like bartered and traded it. Or I suppose like fought them and then conquered it, which technically speaking, stealing is like I yoink it from you, killing you and taking it from your corpse and looting it. Which still ain't great, but... Signalis is my favorite game. I can't hate on heelless high heels hooves anymore. Okay. I have a genuine question. Should I play Signalis on stream? Right now I'm playing Stellaris, but Signalis is one of those games like I've had my eye on. Signalis and they both start with S and they're both like vaguely horror themed. Signalis and Soma. These are 2 games that I really want to play. And I know very little about either of them. I know Signalis is like classic, like Resident Evil 1 style survival horror. And it's also lesbian, like androids. And also it involves the King in Yellow, which I actually read on stream last year. And then Soma, I know that there's a coin flip that has to deal with like consciousness at the end of the game. But I don't know anything about it. And I think you're also in like an underwater facility, which is very scary, spooky to me. Yeah, I know very little about Soma. Well, no, people keep telling me to play Subnautica. My thing with Subnautica is I know the plot. I've watched like playthroughs of Subnautica, and while I could be like, oh yeah, going around, I'm not a huge fan of like survival sandbox games, I found. I'm just not the biggest fan of it. And Subnautica is, if I'm not doing the plot, I'd be doing survival sandbox. If I'm not doing survival sandbox, I'd be doing the plot. I don't know what to do then, right? So I could try Subnautica 2. Because I don't know anything about Subnautica 2. I assume I'm good to just hop in. It's also been like a couple of years since I watched Subnautica. But yeah, people have been wanting me to play Subnautica. In case you didn't know, I have thalassophobia. I have thalassophobia. I'm scared of the ocean. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, haha, I'm so scared of the ocean. Let me play Subnautica on stream and I'll be scared of the deep ocean, huh? Like I will probably like actually get nervous playing Subnautica. If anyone was here back when I played Dredge, I wasn't a coward, I was brave. I like absolutely went around, even though like it was giant like ocean depths that were horrifying to me. But when I hit the abyss, when I was above like the trench, I like actually unironically like whimpered. Like on stream, I like actually unironically on stream was like horrified, like terrified, and people were teasing me about it in chat, and I was too scared and nervous and anxious to actually like banter back. They want you to do Subnautica because they want to hear you suffer. Yes, I understand that. Subnautica, you can actually do both at the same time. Subnautica 2 is a really early access and probably not worth diving into. Diving into. Arrow, the Q&A thing isn't working. So I have questions. I have questions in the Q&A channel. If it's not working, try refreshing stream. Yeah, timer was there for orb ponder time. And I'm going to leave it as a reminder that if you ever look at me and you say, oh, can we ponder our orb again? I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to say, you got your minute. You heard the visions from beyond. You saw boys kissing. And you saw everyone liking and subscribing to Arrow. What do you mean? No, you didn't see that. I never managed to leave the starting areas in Subnautica games. Soma's very also thalassophobic. Can we get forward? We're not talking CAIN Homebrew right now. We should have been talking CAIN Homebrew. It's been 30 minutes and we haven't talked it. But the orb wants to be... Yes. And... Okay, Minx. What month is it? Is it June? Are you allowed to be gay? No. It's July. Stay in the closet, you orb. You can't tell me what I saw in my orb ponder. I can. That doesn't mean I'm right, but I am an empath. What about 1 minute of tetrahedron pondering? I am a generous god. I don't have a tetrahedron for you to ponder, though. So if you want, this can be like a BYOT, bring your own tetrahedron. Is that what we want? Like, I can give you another minute. Every month is Pride Month because I never know what day it is. Oh my gosh. The flow of the stream demands no CAIN Homebrew, more Signalis. How much is Signalis? I ain't gonna lie. Like, even though it's probably gonna be on sale, I don't know if I can afford to just pick it up. But what I will say, I actually did this with Armored Core. If someone like gifts some memberships or super chats or like over on Twitch tomorrow, gift subs, like, and pays for it, I will absolutely do it. So Signalis is currently $14. That's not that bad. And Soma is currently $10. Interesting. You can't ponder a tetrahedron. That's just a bunch of mirrors. Yeah, you're supposed to ponder yourself. It's called self-reflection. Have you ever tried it? We must do CAIN Homebrew. Agartha's fate lies in it. How about pondering a 5th dimensional hypercube? Okay, so I already made a video all about that. So I spent way too much time pondering it, and now I've severed my connection to the 5th dimension. I did get $150 on Saturday, and do you want to know where that's going? That's going towards Ren. Because it's the end of the month. That's where my money goes. Going to IKEA to buy a tetrahedron. YouTube chatters, lend me your power. Oh my gosh. Like, and I understand. Like, I understand. Okay, are we doing Signalis or Soma? You know, like Signalis or Soma? I have a Mobius strip. So the Mobius strip is actually like, I'm gonna look the other way for Mobius strip. You can ponder it all you want, just don't disrupt the rest of the class, you know? Why not both? Because that's not 20 pounds. Wait, is that 20 pounds? Funny Android. Okay, fine. I'll grab Android Yuri. Signalis. I need to pay off my credit card this month. Neko recommends against this game? Lore? Oh, Neko... Now I gotta play it. He hates lesbians. Everyone boo this man! Boo! I can't believe Neko recommends against it. And then Soma. Oh, frick. They're both on sale. I should just pick them up. Oh, Soma was made by the Amnesia people. Nice. Alright. Fine. I'm buying this game. This is pound. That's yours? Oh, okay. My first thought was Euro, and then I'm like, that doesn't look like Euro. Okay. Let me... I will get 2 summer sale trading cards. Oh my gosh, that is fantastic. I hate spending money, but it's for the channel. Gotta spend money to entertain an audience. Yeah. Did I just get an... Okay, I've confirmed my purchase. Just get both. Thank you for the super chat. I just bought both. I have now bought Signalis. I've bought Soma. This Saturday, tomorrow, I'm going to be playing Stellaris, and then I'm going to be doing a Goose Goose Duck collab. I'm going to, on Discord now, I'm going to, in suggestions, I'm going to... Suggestions? Make a poll. Folks just funded both. Is that a third? And Soma, so you choose what I play next. Signalis, I'm gonna have like it be the women holding hands together. Women. 2 women holding hands. And then Soma, I'm gonna have it be a fish. Is that a 4th? I'm gonna have it be a shark. I like sharks. Sharks are cool. Yeah, I just threw it in. Wait, why are we all donating? No, we're not all donating now. Thank you. Thank you, Some Dude and Original and Moss and Max. I appreciate all of you so much. Reminder, you don't have to donate. This is not something where I request you to donate. This was mostly a joke that I wanted you to fund Signalis and Soma. Although you paid for it, so now I'm gonna have to play it. A 4th super chat has hit the live stream. Oh my gosh. A pound is just up backwards 2 with scoliosis and impaled on a spike. You know what? Thank you. Thank you. I'll think about that anytime I see... like, wait a second. It's a backwards 2. But it's got scoliosis. And it's impaled on a spike. That looks like a $sign. What the frick? You think the donation wave is very funny? Okay, I will say... Thank you, Woodoo. I will say... It is very funny. Like, I appreciate... I don't know if anyone was here. On Saturday, I was playing Stellaris. And I was I was part of a hive mind. And as part of the hive mind, I was a lost colony. And my lost colony, we were separated from our hive mind. That was like the lore of the game. And so I'm calling my hive mind. I'm like, Papa, where's Papa? And then I realized I made an all-female species. So then I said, Mama, where's Mama? And then someone in chat said, why aren't you calling it Mommy? And I said, I'm not going to call it Mommy because I'm not a weirdo like that. You know, if someone gifts 5 subs right now, I will call it Mommy for the rest of the stream. And then within 10 seconds, someone anonymous gifted 5 subs. So I spent the rest of the stream calling my hive mind Mommy. And I then continued to call it mommy for the rest of the stream and saying what wonderful things like, mommy, you're so big. Wow, I did not expect this. Mommy, save me. And like, I kind of got, people kept joking that I was getting like mommy domed. I kind of was. I'm not gonna, I can't even argue against the allegations. Like they vassalized me because they had overwhelming power in comparison to me. And so like I rejoined the hive mind. So like mommy dom Yuri with crabs. Too late, funny game person, take my money. Thank you. They won't let me pay through PayPal or I'd also drop $10. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Remember, please take care of yourself before you take care of me. Like in order, make sure you care about you. Or rather, I would probably say dependence, right? And you. And people that you care for. And then like kind of that's a big line. And then you can start caring for content creators. Make sure you look out for you and yours before looking out for me and mine. What if it's to pay your chat tax? I want to accrue interest is what it is. Like, listen, I sent out a loan. I sent out an intention loan and you need to pay me back. And most of you, the principal was quite small, but the interest rate was predatory, if nothing. It's a balloon loan is what it is. I took inspiration from the early 2000s. And so most of you can't afford it at this point. And those of you that are donating are trying to get ahead of the curve. And I will just say it is doomed to fail. You are just paying off the interest and you have not even paid off half of the interest. That being said, if you're a new chatter, if you just donate like $100 right now, boom, you'll never have to worry about it again. Pay it off before it becomes a problem. Which, clearly, this won't lead to a complete chatonomic collapse. You clipped all of this? Oh my gosh. Well, feel free to post it in Con 4K. How much do I have to donate you to tell off all the puppy girls? What do you mean tell off? Like tell them like, get out of here, puppy girls, like that? Like, you paid it off already? Arrow's a loan shark. Can't believe my favorite VTuber turns out to be No. Predatory, very poor choice of words. I take it back. Do not cancel me. No, the Google Doc. I hear the Google Doc coming. No! Not the Arrow files, no! Arrow's the worst kind of evil, a financial predator. Okay, so I was chatting with a buddy of mine last night, and he didn't actually get me anything for my birthday, and his birthday was last month, so I didn't get him anything for his. And because like I kept asking him like, hey, what do you want? Hey, what do you want? Hey, do you want? And then he finally told me what he wanted, so I got him his, and he's like, well, now I owe you. And so he got me Helldivers. And so I actually played Helldivers for the first time last night. But also, he like Helldivers kept crashing on him. So he's like, this sucks. And he's like a level 120, right? He's super high level. I was a little baby. I was level 1, but I am a super citizen. Like, I instantly hopped in and I was like, let's bring freedom and democracy to these bugs, whether they want it or not, right? So it was fun. Oh, so that's what got you? Yeah. A buddy hit me up. Neko, do you have Helldivers? Because that, like, if we don't have 4 hours, instead of playing 40k, we can hop on and play Helldivers at some point. But also, my buddy was like, hey, do you want to play Mecha, like that new, like, hiding game, like Mecha Chameleon? He's like, yeah. So then he got us and also one of our other friends who was reaching out, Mecha Chameleon. And I must say, Mecha Chameleon, much more fun than I expected with only 3 people. I assumed it was like exclusively going to be a party game. Actually very fun when it's just you and like 1 or 2 other people, because then it's entirely you screwing with each other and just bantering. And there was a time, the very first round, there's this, we were playing the party house, right? The mansion. And there's like this awning here. Like this. It's like, It's like, right? And it's like this is a wall. And it's like, here's like, this is like a lower floor kind of deal. Does this all make sense? Anyway, so what one of my friends did, they literally just went right here, painted themselves brown of the banister and stood there. And then the hunter ran like this, did like this, spun around, looked, then jumped down and went around, and then like we were laughing and he was like, wait, he got points, and came back up and looked around and was like looking on the wall and looking at the ceiling and like stopped right here to think for a second and then like went back down again, and then we're like bursting out laughing again, and he's like, what the frick, and it comes back up and is like looking around, and then he spent like 30 seconds standing right next to this other person who had like the worst spot, and then he finally looks down and goes, wait, was I blind? And then boom, shoots him. Crazy that Mecha Chameleon sold like 7 million copies in the first 10 days. Yeah, and that's very awesome for them. I love indie devs getting success. What I will say is that so-called friend slop is one of those things that, well, relatively easily you can get a bunch of cash money for, right? One, because it's in vogue right now. It's been in vogue like for the past couple years, basically since Among Us. I know Lethal Company definitely like bumped it up, right? Lethal Company definitely was an inflection point, but I think like Among Us was one of the first like huge party games, like friend slop style games. The issue with this is that now the market is so saturated that if I make friend slop the game, where the whole thing is it's just hide and seek, but like the seekers are hiding from the hiders, like something like that, I'm probably not going to make any money off of that. I'm probably not going to get any sales because there's 99 other games released that day, and of those 99, maybe 90 of them are AI slop, right? And then 9 of them are other like, or like 8 of them are like other earnest devs that are all like trying to like break in and like try their own thing. And then one of them is like, oh no, this is like my 7th project. I know what I'm doing. I've published games on Steam before. Let me try this out. And so the competition is super big. So generally there's always going to be one big friend slop game. And the thing with friend slop is it has a couple things going for it. One, they're generally supposed to be scuffed. You generally don't need to have the same level of polish, and people aren't going to be critical of the same level of scuff that like other games are going to have. Multiple people will buy it. If I want to play this with Minx and Mishabel and Moth and Game and Lemon and Ryu and some dude and Neko, all of us need to buy the game. And so even if it's only $5, that's like 7 people right there. That's better than if I sold one $20 game, right? And then the other thing is that it's very good for streaming. It is fantastic for collabs. It is amazing for making content out of. So if I, as a content creator, I'm like, I want to get on, I want to like play a game with my friends and like have a big party collab. Let me grab this random, this random friend slop game that just came out that like I heard a rumor, like I heard good things about it from like a random TikTok, and I'm going to play it. And then my audience sees it, and then they all play it. And then suddenly, that's not just like 5 sales. That's not just 10 sales. That's like 50 sales. Or maybe if I'm a 1 million subscriber channel, that's 1,000 sales. And then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then maybe because I played it with Neko, Neko plays it with Rory, Rory plays it with like Bo Barley. And then like it spreads beyond initial containment. Arrow, you're aerosexual, right? Can we watch you play Date Everything? So I think what you're asking is, am I aromantic and am I asexual? I consider myself Arrow. Hi, I'm Arrow. Ace. But I am not like repulsed. I am not fully on that side of the spectrum. And I don't know. I don't know where I'm at. I've considered myself demi for the longest time. And I don't know if this is where my label is going to wind up. I'm open to it shifting over time. I'm a firm believer that labels should serve you. You should not accommodate your labels. And I don't know. I'm definitely more... I'm not fully allo, is what I've gathered. I've gathered I'm not fully allo in either way. And it's one of those things where when I'm with ace people, I tend to be more allo than they are. And when I'm with allo people, which is people who like experience full attraction, I tend to be more ace or arrow than them. So I don't know where I am. I've never really known where I was. I thought I was at demi, and now in recent times over the years, I've just kind of been like, well, am I demi? I don't know. I might be, I might not. I still identify as demi. So yes, with Date Everything, I've seen a good bit of Date Everything. I don't know everything of Date Everything. And I know it's a very just like fun, silly experience. Yes, labels are tools, and when they stop being useful, drop/change them. Yeah, and I think that a lot of people get into the idea of, oh, I am a lesbian. Therefore, I am part of lesbian culture. And lesbianism is very important to me. When in reality, maybe they're bi. Maybe the term sapphic works better, because maybe they're not just exclusively a woman attracted to another woman. Maybe they are femme attracted to femme. Right? Maybe it's that they are just like demi, and they just have only ever gotten that strong bond with women because men traditionally approach them for physical intimacy as opposed to a connection. Like, it could be any number of things. And I think that there's a big mindset to be like, oh, well, I identified with this. This was what I identified for the longest time. I don't want to leave it behind. And I understand that, but I also think that that's missing the point, right? You consider yourself sexy, but that's just you. I don't consider myself sexy, but a couple people said different, which is really weird. I think a lot of the success of Mecha Chameleon is directly spread to their amazing marketing. Oh, really? Arrow, dumb question. Which do you think would be more entertaining or funny? Because if I play Lancer, I'm either going to be Seto Kaiba or a Jory Wheeler type character, which is funnier. Okay. I'm going to ask you to be honest. How good are you at role-playing? And I don't mean like, oh, how good can you like do the voice? What I mean is, how well can you marry your idea for a character with the reality of what you're dealing with in-game? Because SSC Seto Kaiba, I would probably cry laughing. I'm not gonna lie. I love how stupid Kaiba is. And I think that like having him like SSC Seto Kaiba would be like, I would cry laughing. It would be so funny. However, if you're not a good enough role player to be able to play Kaiba while simultaneously minimizing friction to the plot and allowing yourself and like knowing how to ride the line of like, I can't believe I'm running with the dweeb squad, while also protecting the dweeb squad and like making tactical decisions to help the dweeb squad and like not being a jerk on a meta level to the dweeb squad. If you're not confident in your skills of doing that, I would stay away from that, because almost always when I see someone be like, oh, I want to play Kaiba, I want to play like a rogue who like doesn't want to talk to the party, they almost always go full tilt, I'm shutting everyone down and I'm just being a jerk. Because they think that's what the role playing should be, and then that just makes it not fun to interact with. Actually, so I play in a vampire game, playing a vampire game with my siblings and one of my roommates. And one of my siblings, doesn't have a lot of TTRPG experience, has a lot of experience with Call of Cthulhu for the past couple of years, but like this is like their second main campaign that they've tried playing, I think, like ever, or at least within the past couple years. And so they're playing someone who's like really like disengaged as a character. They're playing someone who like doesn't like us. They're playing someone who just scrolls TikTok all day and who thinks that they're better than everyone. And they were like actually kind of miserable to interact with. And like I gave them like 3 sessions And then after like the end of the third session, I said like, hey, like, can you try to make Jackie, your character, more cooperative? And then my brother started responding. And I was just like, no. So I understand why you're doing what you're doing. But what I'm saying is that, like, as a player, I'm not having fun interacting with you. Because every time I interact with you, you just ignore us or disengage with us. And, like, I felt really bad bringing that up. I felt like I was pushing a line when I understand that, like, as the like, if I was the GM in that circumstance, I'd be very proud of that player for establishing their boundaries. But me, I felt like I was overstepping. But after the fact, like, my roommate was like, yeah, I'm so glad you said something, because I also felt like Jackie, the character, was just so annoying to deal with. Like what they would text mission critical information into the group chat that we had as characters. And then Jackie would like leave us on red and then go back to scrolling TikTok when like we needed to like meet up to discuss like vampire business. And it's like, okay, that you might think that's funny, but that's not conducive to the plot. And so that was something that like actually like really kind of like made me anxious, because I was like, eep, I'm like conflict with my sibling. But that's just kind of like an example of someone who wants to play a character who's like aloof, better than everyone, Seto Kaiba-esque, and it not really going well because I don't think my sibling has the role-playing muscles to be able to ride that line of, I'm annoying, and I think all of you are annoying, but not to the extent that actually disrupts the flow of the game. Seto Kaiba works because when the chips are down, guess I'll have to bail out the dweeb squad. Like, you dorks don't even know how to play Duel Monsters. Let me show you how a real pro does it. And then like he steps in to like participate in the plot. He's more antagonistic rival than antagonist for most of the series, right? Brooklyn Ridge it is again, time to be a golden retriever. And that's what I was saying, is that what you could try Brooklyn Rage, like Joey Wheeler, Brooklyn Rage. However, you could also have a little bit of that kind of tell the other players, I want my character to be abrasive and make poor decisions, and I'm going to listen to you if you roll me back in, but I want my character to constantly like disobey orders. And if you tell everyone beforehand, and you agree, and like you actually do it, where if they tell you to like stop, you stop, then you could have a situation where you run after the cascading manticore. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, Joey Wheeler, you shouldn't be doing that. And then you're like, don't worry, I got graceful dice. And then like you run over and you fight the cascading manticore. And then they're like, Joey, get back. And then because you said on a meta level you would get back, you hop back and then it explodes. And suddenly you're not annoying, you're a really good character. Because something that a lot of people in TTRPGs forget is that it is collaborative storytelling. A lot of people get really focused on what they want their arc to be, that they lose the forest for the trees, and they just start playing as if they are surrounded by NPCs. And that's one of the biggest hurdles I've found for people who want to play a difficult character, right? Which Yu-Gi-Oh character would have what mech? Oh my gosh, I shouldn't do that. When people say, is what my character will do such beliefs, I always step away and in his gym and say, and you, a real person, made that character. I mean, and that's the thing, like, I'm one of those people who I genuinely say it's what my character would do. However, when I say that, it's almost always like, frick, I don't want to fight this dude, but it's what my character would do. Okay. And then like I hype myself up and then I fight the person who doesn't need to be fought because I recognize like, no, this person like killed my father and I want revenge. And so like I, as a player, now is not the time. Now, like I recognize like, oh, I should not be doing this. I'm at half hit points and I spent all of my spell slots. You just realize it's been a year since I started watching you. Thank you for the membership, some dude. I generally use it's what my character would do to talk myself into decisions I don't want to do as a player. Whereas I feel like a lot of people use it's what my character would do, and the kind of stereotype of it is it's what my character would do to justify decisions they want to do, but their character actually shouldn't, right? Pegasus and Pegasus, oh my gosh. My recent character in CAIN is a bit rude to everyone else, but extremely loyal and friendly to the party. It's kind of funny watching her bounce back and forth. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing where, like, even when like the vampire game started, I said, hey, because I wanted to cut this off at the pass. I've seen stuff like this happen before. I literally said like, hey, I would like all of us to have a positive relationship with each other. I don't need us to be friends, but I just want us to not dislike each other. And then we set that up. And then like there was still the issue with the like, oh, Jackie's constantly like disregarding everyone, dismissing everyone, ignoring them. And so we had to talk about it. And it was a very quick conversation. It wasn't anything major, but it was like me just kind of like signaling that. So like out of game conversations really are the kicker. What do you think is the best way to play a character who's more socially hostile to the party but still likable character, or pitfalls to be aware of? I'm gonna say in order. Expectations, relationships, skill. Expectations are, what does everyone expect this game to be? Hey guys, I'm so excited. We're gonna like power friendship this. We're gonna go through, we're gonna fight the Dark Lord. Like, light is gonna banish the darkness. Oh, why are you an undead rogue who has shadows cloaked around you and you ignore us half the time? Why do you keep saying that the Dark Lord has a point? Why do you keep like arguing with us anytime we say that we need to help civilian lives and you go ahead and like say you need to do what needs to be done? That's breaching of expectations. However, alternatively, I'm playing a game with you. I say, hey guys, I want to play this like rogue who's undead and like cloaked in shadows, brought back by the powers of the Shadowfell. They're kind of a bit of like tunnel vision on revenge. So like how can we make this work with the group? And then the group says, oh well, just don't be a jerk to us, and like I'm going to wrangle you. I'm a paladin. I can just smite you if I want. And I'm like, oh, okay, so how about what it is that it's like, I like all of you, and then I'm trying to get revenge, and then if there's ever a situation where like I put revenge over the rest of the party, don't kill me. And then the paladin's like, no, I wouldn't kill you, I'd non-lethal it. And then I'm like, wait, can you non-lethal smite? And then the GM would say, you know what, because you're 2-player characters, sure, you can non-lethally smite you, and it would just deal super damage and disrupt the shadow, and then you get knocked out. And I'm like, okay, awesome. And then going into the game, when I inevitably ignore the burning orphanage to go after the evil Dark Lord by myself, the paladin knows, okay, you're not doing this to be a jerk. You're not doing this because you're ignoring the plot. You're doing this because you told us this is what you were going to do. And now they don't feel bad when they smite me, knock me out, and then after the fact, we might have an in-character argument. But ultimately, out of game, everything is kosher. It's all chill. We all fine here. Relationships. If I know you, and you're being a jerk in game, and I understand that out of game you're not a jerk, I'm probably way more inclined to give you grace and maybe even run with it. If I don't know you out of game, if I don't like you out of game, even if it's not that I dislike you, even if it's just like I don't actively like we're not friends, we're like acquaintances, and you're being a jerk, I'm much more inclined to conflate that with who you are. The better I know you as a person, the less disruptive it's going to be. However, it is a bit of a horseshoe, because in the horseshoe, on the other end, if you're like in game with your partner or multiple partners, and you know them very well, and then you start arguing in game, and you don't know how to separate that from out of game, you might start bringing up out of game stuff in game, and like, that's never fun. So it's one of those things where like you have a relationship with the other players, and the better your relationship with them tends to correlate with how tolerant they will be of your chicanery. And then skills is just how good are you. If you are really good at walking that line of I'm a jerk in game, but never to the point of disrupting the plot, and I don't undermine the thunder of any other player. You're probably not going to be seen as a jerk by the other players. You're going to be seen as a bit edgy, sure. But like, if you like ignore the burning orphanage to go after the Dark Lord, and then you find that there's like some well of water, and then you turn around and you run back and tell everyone, hey, I found a well of water, and then you can put out the burning orphanage. You're not going to be seen as an edgy jerk that like everyone hates. You're going to be seen that you're like a loner that goes off and does your own thing, but still like has a heart of gold. And it's a slightly different character archetype, but it's also like required for collaboration. Like in media, in a movie, you can have a character who doesn't care about anyone else. He just is dragged along for the ride. And you know what? If the enemy offered more, they'd betray you in an instant. Because everyone is a pre-written character and everyone knows what everyone else is going to do because none of them are real. But even if our characters aren't real, us as players are real, I will probably get frustrated if you betray me. I will probably get frustrated if you ignore the plot to do your own thing. I will probably get frustrated if every time I talk to you, you ignore me or insult me. Because even though it's all in game, like, you have to engage with the plot to move the plot forward. This is not a movie. This is not a book. I had a it's what my character would do moment when the optimal thing was to retreat with the rest of the surviving party after a fight when South Pity had survivor's guilt, so we ran in to buy time. Yeah. Oh yeah, where do I throw my question in the Q&A? I don't know how the Q&A works. I think that there's like a Q&A tab at the bottom of the screen. Actually, let me unpin this message. Was it because I had a pinned message that was being hidden? Are we doing a Q&A? Yes, we are. Can y'all see it now? I think it was that I had a pinned message and I was hiding it. I wish to revel in the fascinating facts of fragrant fishes on this fruitful Friday. Got it. Understood. Make an entire video / short out of answering the question. I'm not gonna lie. I would love to. People keep telling me, hey, can you do like a full short about this? Can you do a full like video about that? Can you blah, blah, blah. Please clip that, like unironically. Clip it, and if you have a timestamp, throw it in Cotton 4K on the Discord server. I forget that I answered that question. Like, these are the kind of questions where, like, I'm just kind of going off the dome. I will forget in 4 hours. And so if you can provide me clips, even if it's just like, hey, an hour and 8 minutes into the stream, there's this clip, and you clip like 20 seconds of it. And it talks about like the question, and then I start answering, then it gets cut off. That's enough for me to go in and grab the clip myself. But that would be very helpful if you could. Or alternatively, you could just clip it. I'm very open about this. With my streams, assuming it's not like something that I did accidentally that would be like problematic, right? For instance, if there was a King in Yellow VOD. I was reading the King in Yellow from 1890s, where they said a word that I read it, and immediately after I read it, I went, I should not have said that word. That's an inappropriate word. I apologize. And then I kind of just like moved on. And that's something where I prefer you not clip that, because that was something where I said something I shouldn't have. I recognized I shouldn't have said it. I apologized. And then I moved on because I was like reading a sentence and it was part of the sentence. But if it's like, hey, Arrow made some really good point here, feel free to just clip it feel free to clip it in its entirety. And again, if you upload it, if you have a channel and you upload it on your channel, I will shout it out. I will absolutely signal boost it. For the council's consideration, Yugi pilots the Black Witch. I feel like aesthetically, sure. Like, what is the Dark Magician of Lancer? Quite literally a Black Witch. And isn't Dark Magician Black Magician? And it's like black magic attack, not dark magic blast kind of deal. So like, that does fit there. He is very much like a controller, I would say. Yugi does have a lot of control stuff. You click on the Q&A, and unless you ask something, yeah. I think every single one of us in my group has had a what would my character do moment, followed by getting battered. Did you watch the video and cool things? No, I was too busy yesterday. I was chatting with friends. Okay, but Yugi would definitely pilot a Horus mech? I don't know. Like, of Horus, the one that comes to mind is the Goblin. I don't see him as a Goblin user. I see him as breaking reality. Oh, Shadow Realm is hurl through Duat, actually. You're a third-rate Lancer with a fourth-rate mech. That's good. That's good. Maybe Black Witch, which a little LLs in Horus frame, like Goblin, to have more prideful Osiris/Yami. Okay. Black Witch frame, stylized as Dark Magician, with LLs in Goblin, and with the Osiris NHP. Osiris is Yami Yugi. Osiris has a god complex. Osiris can break reality, send you to the Shadow Realm. Atem uses Calendula? I feel like Atem could be the Osiris NHP. Would Yugi and the Pharaoh have different mechs? I think an NHP is pretty much the best representation of the Pharaoh. Because, hey, take over. Right? Exoti's just a very sleepy Eidolon. Oh my gosh. Or if we really want to consider this, Atem pilots the Black Witch and Yugi pilots the White Witch because of the Silent Magician. No, so Yugi wouldn't pilot the White Witch. He's not aggressive enough. But like, Yugi wouldn't be a Lancer, is the thing. Yugi is only a Lancer because of Atem. Like, and yes, the entire final arc of the show is Yugi proving that he has grown past the Pharaoh. However, personally, for the entirety of the show, Yugi is like one of the least interesting characters. And like, yeah, he's like a nice, sweet boy. But at the same time, it's also like, no. Like, Yugi doesn't do anything in the entire show. Joey would be an Nelson. Joey, I could see Joey's an Nelson. He runs in there. I definitely think he would have some Horus because he's gambling. His whole deck is gambling. Sorry, I hear a noise outside. Huh, weird. A Flame Sun and Gambo with Expose. Sorry. He could be Tokugawa. Flame Sword, because like Flame Swordsman. Gamble with a Danger Zone is his gambling mechanic. I do think he would have Nelson license. I feel like he's the sort that would rush in there into melee. I could also see him having some Blackbeard. What the frick? How did I do this? What? Oh my god. I didn't know I could do this. I've been using MS Paint multiple times a week for like 2 years now. If you control everything, Control Shift and drag. Whoa! Oh my gosh! 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 Whoa. Oh! What? We are Legion. 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 This is what like I just imagine is just sitting behind me. This is just like the swarm behind me, and you're just like, play Signalis Arrow. Play the lesbian android game Arrow. We are Legion Arrow. You will appease us Arrow. And I'm just like, ugh. We are many in one. It looks like before you're making Cypher with the overlapping those words before. Listen, you say a yarn of arrow kissers. I feel like a chat of arrow kissers is the most accurate. Or okay, want to be really cute? Want to be really cute? The plural of arrow kisser. A party of arrow kissers. That would be really cute. One, because TTRPGs, but also because, like, you're all partying. A distraction of arrow kissers is very funny. A union. You are part of a union. See, party is pretty cute. A peck of arrow a smooch of arrow kissers. That would be very silly. A couplet. If we want to go like the writing angle. A doodle. Oh, a doodle is cute. Why are we talking about that? Like, this entire time. This entire time. I've had open in the background. Where is it? This entire time I've had open in the background my CAIN document. It's been an hour and a half. Why are we not talking CAIN? Why would you do that? Why would you distract me like this? This is all your fault. Shame. Boo yourself. Boo. Boo. Have we even started the CAIN Homebrew yet? No. Can we see the CAIN Homebrew of arrow kissers? We need fortitude into pressuring you into... Oh, fortitude pressuring me. I would love that. How are the furries doing in CAIN? Probably very well. Like, one edit user and you're like... You're living your best life, you know? You back it, you love fortitude. Listen, I would not survive meeting fortitude. Fortitude would not like me. However, I will admire fortitude from afar. Where the frick is fortitude? Fortitude? Oh, hi. Hi. Guys. I mean, you can like sit on the chair with me if you want. Can we have an arrow kisser with a little CAIN badge? That would be cute. Curse of ideas upon ye. May you be plagued with the idea of what Yu-Gi-Oh characters will have what mech and Lancer, because I know very little about Lancer, so I leave the ideas and vids to you. Woe upon ye. I get Vlad from Tristan. I know Tristan isn't really a duelist. I know Tristan is just like part of the best friend squad, the party. He doesn't actually do anything. I get Vlad from him because he's the only one like will actually throw hands with you. My first thought was Nelson. He's not. I mean, he has a motorcycle. Maybe he's the Nelson. Motorcycle is speed. He throws hands, so that's power knuckle. Useless. That's Nelson. The issue with fortitude is that they're a walking absolute, and absolutes tend to be best used sparingly in stories. That is true. And that's why I think a lot of people are like, oh, fortitude is the most powerful virtue. Ha 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 ha. I think fortitude is the most... I would say fortitude can deal the most damage and take the most damage is how I run it, right? My fortitude in my setting, which, hey, did you know I'm making a CAIN supplement right now? I already released one that's part of the official CAIN Expanded Universe called Distortions. And this one is a non-canon, not trying to be in the Extended Universe setting document of my version of CAIN. And in it, everything is slightly lower powered. And fortitude in my setting is basically can deal the most damage, can take the most damage out of all the virtues. They're not necessarily the most powerful. They can just kind of like hit the hardest, take the hardest. Call it 10. I'm not calling it 10Ds. Oh, actually, I recently watched through all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like around like just after COVID, I decided I wanted to rewatch Duel Monsters. And so I watched through 4 of 5 seasons. And then I dropped it because I got busy. And then no. So I'm getting there. And then like a year later, I watched the 5th season. And I finally, for the first time, watched the ending of Yu-Gi-Oh! I grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh! I did not know how it ended. my chat died. Oh, my chat died momentarily. And then I started watching GX. And I got through one season of GX, and I have not continued GX. I want to. Like, crazily, I want to watch more of GX. I just don't have time. And I know every time anyone like asks me about anything, I always say like, oh, I don't have time. I really do not have time. Like, it's gotten to the point where I have friends who are just like, hey, you want to chat? And I'm like, sure. Let me see what time next week I can fit it in my schedule, which is like not something that I expected to have to do. Like I've been in environments where I had relationships with people where it was like, hey, let me see if I can fit that on my calendar. I've had business relationships like that. I did not expect that to like literally affect my personal life. I did not expect that to be at the point where I am so busy with video editing and content creation and live streaming and non-content projects that like I have to like pencil people in. GX gets crazy really fast. GX's quality is irrelevant because it's radical. I watched season 1 and season 1 is pretty normal. I know that there's like Dinosaur Jim, and Dinosaur Jim, he like lost his leg at an archaeological site or a paleontology site. And so they had to replace one of his bones with dinosaur bone. And so now he's part dinosaur. And like, that's the kind of stuff for GX is just normal. Fortitude, I would say, has the most raw power, but Justice would probably outclass them. Yeah. I run rock, paper, scissors. Fortitude defeats Faith. Faith defeats Justice. Justice defeats Fortitude. That's fair. I don't disagree with that. Because Fortitude, like, is just stupid strong and could probably, like, punch Faith's teeth in. Faith is immune to law and therefore could take out Justice. Justice could use law to completely counter Fortitude. I don't disagree with that. Yeah, that's really mundane compared to the later seasons. I want to watch GX. I really want to watch GX. Also, another one that, like, randomly I found on YouTube. Does anyone know Bakugan? I saw there's Bakugan. I watched like the first episode. It's so dumb. It's so bad. I had Bakugan like 20 years ago or maybe like 18 years ago because I thought it was really cool. And so I had some okay. I'm going to say something. Bakugan case. Do you know what I'm talking about? Wait, do they not have it? Okay. Found it. I had this like cylindrical storage case where it could fit 3 Bakugans in each of these. And I think that there was 5. So you get 15 Bakugan in this. And I had like 16 to 18. So I had a couple that didn't fit in here. And so I had this like little like canister thing that I could carry around and I could put them in here. And I remember I thought it was really cool. Obviously, I didn't have anyone to play with, right? Of course I did not have anyone to play with. It's way smaller than it looks. Yeah, heard that before. So I remember I like played it like once with one of my siblings. And they thought it was so boring. And it probably was. But like I had a great time like literally like spinning the Bakugan onto the cards and like flip over and like the card effects were like the cards were magnetized. The field cards were magnetized, so you would flip them over. It would unleash. I had a couple that got stuck. I couldn't close them, like the bird, like the phoenix. I couldn't close. Or was it the harpy? I think it was the harpy. I couldn't close. I actually really liked the fact that all of the Bakugan base templates were the same across the elements. I thought that was really cool. I had mostly... So there's fire, water. So fire was red. Water was blue. Air was green. Earth was brown. Light was white. And dark was black. Am I missing any? So I had like 0 water ones. I had like a couple air. I had a decent amount of earth. I think I had a decent amount of fire. I had like 1 dark. And then I think I had a couple of light. Right? I remember I had one that had its foot break when I tried to close it. Yeah, they're so hard to like store. Because they would just not reclose. Use Bakugan for your TTRPG minis? That's good. That's good. They're actually kind of perfectly sized for that. That's pretty good. Beyblade was my favorite from the shows that were made to sell toys. I had Beyblades. I never got into Beyblades. But I remember distinctly one time I was at school. And some folks brought in a Beyblade arena. And were playing Beyblades in like the 30 minutes before class started. And it was so funny to just see a bunch of like students getting together, like huddled around it, just being like just freaking out over it as if it was like some underground fighting ring. Like they weren't in it for the Beyblade. They were in it for just the thrill of smacking metal into each other. You know, a professional Beyblader, did they part the Red Sea? So Yu-Gi-Oh! Movie Dark Side of Dimensions follows the manga, not the anime, and shows everyone trying to move on from a Tem and Morning, and Yugi trying to figure out why he is without M. I haven't seen Dark Side of Dimensions. Beyblades had to be banned at your school? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What was I talking about? Oh, right. I was talking about CAIN Homebrew. Oh, right. Beyblades. You have the Metal Saga intro memorized to this day? What the frick? Dude, I can't even lie. I was up until 3 a.m. last night. And I was really tired. But I'm like, I need to add something. Because like, I know I'm not going to be productive tomorrow. I need to add in like something CAIN related. So I can show it off on stream tomorrow. And pretend like I was productive for CAIN. And then I don't even remember what I did. I didn't... Excuse you. I added in like minor details about Untouchables, and that was it. Have I shown you what details I have on Untouchables? Oh, right, it's some minor reformatting of like the bonds, right? So like the bonds are now like they have a name of the bond, a little descriptor, a requirement, a contact. So how many of you have not been here for the CAIN supplements / don't know about like the Untouchables, about the virtues, about all the stuff I've written up? How are Beyblades doing in CAIN? There has got to be at least one vector user that has Beyblades and utilizes them as weaponry and has killed a Sin with a Beyblade. And I am so ready to include that in one of the sites now. Like a discount off-brand Beyblade. Wait, year 2 and year 5 K9 plus clapback? Yeah, so that's something where I want to write that. You're passive here with CAIN stuff, but I like it. Okay, so let me ask you, I already talked about this before. Would you prefer I explain to you about becoming a virtue and kind of the circumstances around like developing new blasphemies and like making new blasphemies, or about being untouchable, playing as a player Untouchables? And like human soldiers that work alongside exos. You coincidentally keep missing your CAIN modules. They're every Friday. I have VODs. Holy heck, Cat 5 Beyblade! Arrow, I bought CAIN today and I only know what the core book has. So this is all supplemental. This is all supplemental to the core book. And if you bought CAIN recently, if you have CAIN recently, Games for Freaks is official additional content by Tom Bloom. Games for Freaks 1 through 3 are free. You can find them on itch. He just recently updated them with the drop of Games for Freaks 4. You want to see the Becoming a Virtue stuff? What is a virtue? You love the Untouchable rules, but you've seen both. Listen, I'm just like punishing my regulars. Like B, you've been here, I think, every single CAIN supplement stream. And it's just like, you just hear me rant about the same thing over and over and over. Okay, so I will talk about virtues then. So, in CAIN, oh, some dude you've also, yeah. Basically, if you're a member, you've probably been here a while and watched everything. So, virtues. In CAIN, you play as an exorcist. An exorcist is someone that has grace. Grace allows you to use psychic powers, but if you have trauma, you might have your grace manifest as sin, a manifestation of your trauma, and then exorcists are individuals that go around and kill sins. All XOs, all sins, they're rated on a scale called category from Cat 0 through Cat 7. Virtues are high Cat XOs, like the highest of Cat XOs. They are the mentor characters. They are the characters who, like, the JJK reference that I don't understand, but you might, is they are the Gojo of CAIN. They are the Kishibe from Chainsaw Man of CAIN. They are the mentor who tells you like what you can and can't do, and is way more awesome than you are. So virtues. How virtues are different. Virtues are still XOs. They range from Cat 5 to Cat 6, with some even approaching Cat 7. But they still suffer sin marks, sin overflow, and the crushing expectations of CAIN. They still bear the same stain of grace and are considered subhuman. The only difference is their leash is a little longer. Virtues don't have a dedicated base they're deployed from. The closest would be the orbital platform Seraph, but that's only operational for under half a century. Not to mention, more than one virtue is resistant to the idea of being locked up in a box in space. To Authority, keeping virtues planet-side means cost saving, and orbital drops can only happen in whatever region Seraph is above after all. Hope and Chastity are the only two who spend any amount of time aboard Seraph while active, with Fortitude often being stored there during stasis as an additional precaution. Being active in all parts of the world under all regions of CAIN, each virtues tend to have a handful of sites they prefer to be stationed at. These are primarily black sites, but certain virtues such as Faith have detention centers they frequent, while Hope has regular contact with close to a dozen monitoring stations. Where a virtue spends their waking hours is their decision, in most cases, the net is cast wide enough that any area of the world can request a virtue deployment and receive aid in a reasonable time frame. I'm going to skip cryostasis because we don't need to talk about that for virtues. Becoming a virtue. To become a virtue requires an XO to meet a number of conditions. They must be Cat 5 or higher. You start at Cat 1. After one mission, you become Cat 2. After a second mission, you become Cat 3. After a fourth mission, you become Cat 4. And after an 8th mission, you become Cat 5. So you have to survive 8 missions. They must have executed Cat 6 or higher sin. Exceptions apply for execution of a Cat 5 perfect sin. They must be referred by 3 virtues to the Board of Authority. They must have manifested or inherited a unique unleashed blasphemy. It is not the applicant's decision on whether or not they apply. The decision is made by their site director, a bonded virtue, and or a member of the board who they caught the attention of. A submitted applicant will be discussed by the board with testimonies provided by referring virtues as per their availability. Acceptance is determined by a simple majority vote of the board at the end of this months-long process. Refusal is not an option. Retirement is off the table, until the stain is wiped away. Note, different virtues hold varying levels of trust within CAIN. A referral from Justice waives the need for referrals from other virtues. A referral from Fortitude increases scrutiny of the applicant. So, reject virtue deployment, embrace virus deployment. Ugh. You dang cat. Take a shower. For now, my biggest difficulty with CAIN is what seems to be very lethal, and my players are more on combat as sport side, even if I am more combat as war. So, what I will say, Alti, if your players are going into CAIN with combat is sport, they are going in with a mindset that is incongruous with CAIN's tone. Like, I'm not saying that you can't run it that way. What I am saying is that CAIN expects it to be lethal and to kill your characters. There's a little factoid in it that says 40% of XOs don't make it to Cat 3. Like, there's a 40% mortality rate prior to reaching Cat 3, which is 2 missions. The game used to be less lethal, and the dev made it more lethal. what I would impress upon your players is like, hey, with CAIN, the game expects you to die. Like, the game is trying to kill you. This is not a combat is sport. This is a combat is slaughter, where you are being slaughtered. And if they're not okay with that, you can obviously pivot, but the game is designed around the thought process that they are going to be actually at risk of dying. Yeah. So that's a very important, like, setting thing to keep in mind. Is CAIN an OSR name? I don't know CAIN. So CAIN is a game. I think it's just fair to say it's completely original. It has no base system it's built off of. It is pools of d6s. You have a series of skills from 0 to 3, and when you roll all of your dice. If you have a 0 in a skill, you roll 2d6, take the lower. And any 4 up is a success. If it is a hard roll, a 6 up is a success, and more bonuses means more dice. You don't ever like get a +1 or anything. Make it no, Monty, disagree. If your players go into a game and they don't expect it to be lethal, you making it lethal is you being a jerk. I don't care if we're playing like Tomb of Horrors. I don't care if we're playing like old like OSR, like, or I don't care if we're playing old like AD&D style dungeons that are funhouse dungeons that if you step on a pressure plate without a save, you instantly get petrified. Like, if your players go in not expecting that and you do that to them, you are a jerk. Now, if you tell your players this is going to be lethal, there is a sign on the door that says, this is a lethal dungeon. If you step in here, you might die without being able to make a save. And then they don't treat it seriously, that's on them. But if your players are going in with the expectation of, oh yeah, combat's just like sport, like we're going to go in, we're going to fight them, we're probably going to win. If we don't win, we can just retreat, try again later. Like, that's not what CAIN is. But also, CAIN is just a game. You can change CAIN. You are the one responsible for signposting and telling them explicitly how lethal this game is going to be. And if it's not lining up with what they want, you can change the game. Yeah. I get what you mean. I just want to cut that off at the pass, because some people do think that. Some people do think, well, if my players ignore the fact that in Call of Cthulhu, you're going to go insane, then that's on them. Where maybe they've only ever played D&D, which is a fantasy power trip. Maybe they've only played like D&D and Lancer, which is all about making the player character feel special and awesome. Can you stop exploding? I assume these are fireworks. There are people out there who think like, oh, if you don't take Call of Cthulhu sanity seriously, well, that's on you. There are people who in Vampire the Masquerade, they're like, oh, you breached the masquerade, final death. No second chances. The Baron wouldn't be willing to do that. And it's like, this is someone who's only ever played a game where they were like the center of the universe, and now they're playing a game where you didn't warn them that they have to be careful, and then so they weren't careful, and then now you're punishing them for that. Like, you're a jerk, right? Why are there explosions? 4th of July is tomorrow, not today. I don't know. That's how you run 0 in a set. Yeah. So in CAIN, if you have a 0 in a skill, you roll 2d6, and you take the lower. So if I got a 5 and a 2, I would ignore the 5. I would take the 2. Think rolling with disadvantage, right? I stole this for Synthop. For your jury rig, you have a 0, and it's roll 2d6, take the lower. And also this, I imagine, is inspired by Lancer's advantage disadvantage system, where if I have like 3 advantage dice, I might roll like a 6, a 5, and a 4. I ignore the 4, I ignore the 5, I just take the +6. I actually don't stack these, I just take the highest. Same thing with disadvantage, I take the highest, which is the biggest penalty. Swear to gosh, half all these issues in TTRPGs can be solved with proper communication. Proper communication, I would say 7 out of 10 times is just do it. Like, stop dragging your feet, just have that conversation. I'd say 2 out of 10 times is scary. And then 1 out of 10 times is like, maybe don't have this conversation. right? So 7 out of 10 times, man, you know, we said we were going to be pirates, and we're kind of like doing a bunch of random adventures along the coast, but like, I don't know, I'm just not feeling it. I like being on a ship, but I don't feel like we're really role playing that much. I don't feel like a pirate. I feel like we're just having a normal adventure where we happen to be on a boat. But I'm not going to mention anything about it because I don't want to upset anyone. Okay, congrats. You're upsetting yourself, and then your bad vibes are going to bring down everyone else's vibes. Tell the group you want to be more piratey. Probably someone else thinks that. Just that will solve the problem. Don't hold it in. Like, just be respectful, be open, and be honest. 2 out of times it's scary. Conflict is scary. Conflict is very scary, particularly if this is someone you like, or someone who like you know well, or maybe if it's like a partner or a roommate or a sibling. Like, oh, we're arguing in game, or we're arguing about something in game. I don't like arguing with this person. I don't want to talk about this. That's scary, but you got to do it. The example with my sibling earlier, that's scary, but I still did it. And now, ostensibly, we're gonna have a session upcoming. It'll work out fine now. And then one of the times, like, maybe you just don't have a conversation about it. Maybe don't bring it up. And some things are let sleeping dogs lie. And I don't know what example to give here, because I don't know what it is. But I feel like there's a couple things out there where it's like, this is clearly like someone needs to talk to them about this. This isn't me as a player. This is like the GM needs to talk to them. And like, I don't think it's like, oh, this person is like really graphically describing torture scenes. Like, that's something where like as a group, as a party, be like, no, like that's not okay. We don't want that. But like, so I don't think it's like that level. I just think there's definitely things out there where it's like, as a player, it's not your place to tell them about this. Maybe bring it up to the GM, right? Maybe have the GM talk to them about it. But there's a couple times where it's like, yeah, it's a problem, but you shouldn't talk about it. And I don't know any examples off the top of my head. One of the best parts of TTRPGs is that you have the ability to adjust it to meet your playstyles. Exactly. So you can run CAIN less lethal. That was a firework. You can run less lethal CAIN. I run less lethal CAIN. However, I compensate for that by making everything else suck. I make sin very scary. Not sins, but like sin, like taking on sin. My player has gone out of their way to avoid sin over damage. They have literally put other exos at risk to prevent themselves from taking sin, which it's a one-on-one game, so they're all NPCs, so it's not like they're being a jerk, but like sin in my game is a big deal. I like CAIN as lethal as it was written to be. I just think that's my preferred term. Yeah, exactly. And like what I'm running is, I would love to run a game of CAIN for a group of exos, and I'm like, hey, listen, I gathered 8 content creators. And they're going to be in 2 teams of 4 for their first CAIN deployments. And I'm going to kill them. And I run like one group fights a cat 1 ogre, one group fights a cat 1 hound, and if any of them die, they're out. And now I have 7 content creators. And I have a group of 3 and a group of 4. And then maybe I have 5 content creators and I just run one group of 5. And then maybe I have 3 content creators and I run a group of 3. And then I have 3 content creators. And then I have 2 content creators and just the 2 of them. And then like, they're the only survivors. And like one of them has like 3 sin marks and the other one is like traumatized beyond all belief. But I think that would be very fun as like a show. I think that'd be very fun to run and like perform, where it's, I start with a group that gets whittled down instantly and they're all at the same site. Your CAIN is less lethal for the player. The other XOs are, yeah, that is true. I like, listen, my CAIN is less lethal for the player character, because as a one-on-one game, I recognized I can't really kill Hattie. So I'm not going to make that the dramatic tension. I'm not going to make the dramatic tension of my CAIN game killing the player character, because if I did that, there would be no more game. Right? So Patty has really never been at risk of dying. TTRPG reality show sounds very fun, or rather game shows. That sounds awesome. I love ideas like that. I really want to run a big thing. And I don't know if it would be like in Vampire. I don't know if it would be in CAIN. I don't know if it would be in Lancer or it would be in D&D. But I want to run a big thing with like a bunch of other people where I rotate groups, kind of like Campaign 4 of Critical Role. And if you die, you're out. And the intention is I'm going to kill you. Like, this isn't like if you die, you're out. And like, if it happens, like, no. My plan is that each adventure, each hunt, each assignment from the prince, one of you is going to die minimum, is my goal. And then everyone kind of like signs on with that understanding. And so you get 2 characters started having a budding romance and they started flirting. And then one of them dies. And the other one's like, we planned a date when you got back. And now I'm never going to be able to do that. And then like you just have that emotional beat of like, the world is cruel. Literally, it's a roll of the dice. If you die in the game, arrow shoots you with a gun in a real life. Okay, so maybe what it is, idea. I continue doing collabs in the TTRPG sector. Which I'm not going to lie, I've run out of TTRPG people. Yes, I have a couple folks who I think know of me, but I don't know of a lot of people who I know of and they know of me, and I'm like trying to collab with them, right? I've talked about this a couple times now, like what my idea of like good compatibility for a collab is. I keep killing them in the shorts. I keep having shorts where they just die horrible deaths. And then with that, I get all of those who I have taken the life of on my channel, and I give them a chance to escape the limbo, the purgatory that is my channel. And only those that survive the game of CAIN, only those that survive Vampire the Masquerade, only those that survive the D&D mega dungeon I make, they're allowed to escape and return back to their own channel. I know we aren't reviewing Games for Freaks 4, but have you read it? Nope. I'm going to review it live on stream once it goes free. And it's going to be totally blind. And everyone's going to be like, Arrow, you're going to love this. And I'm like, I'm not going to love it. And then I'm going to read it. I'm going to be like, I love this. All right, now. In general, my difficulties with how to motivate more vanilla players to try non-conventional games. The same happened with Ars Magica and Trope Play. I mean, like, you can lead a player to a TTRPG, but you can't make them play. Like, it sucks, absolutely, but like, you can lead a player to a TTRPG, but you can't make them play. I think a lot of people try to be like, how can I get my group to want to try Lancer? They've only ever played D&D. How can I get my Pathfinder only group to try out Call of Cthulhu? How can I get my group who plays this to play that? And like, what you do is you say, hey, I want to play this. I will run it for you. Let's play it. And then if they say, no, we don't want to, we only want to play other game, then you say, okay, but it would be fun for me to do this. And I'm kind of like tired of playing this game. I would like to pivot. And if they continue to push back, you're not going to convince them because you said as their friend, hey, I'm not having fun playing this game. I would like to try this game for a bit so I can have fun, and then we can go back to this other game if you want. And they said, no, we don't care. We want to stick with this game. You're not going to change their mind. That's okay. Find a different group for this first game. Now, that's easier said than done. But also, I want to say, there's a few hundred people in the community who all say, you know, I'd love to find a Lancer group. Man, I really wish I could play CAIN. And it's like, hey, we have a Discord with looking for games roles and an open forum where people can hop in. I understand that like talking to new people is scary. I understand that, don't you worry. But it's also like, if you're waiting for someone to pick you up to like drag you into a group, that's not going to happen. You have to open the door. And more importantly, if someone else opens the door, you have to be willing to step inside and be the first person to say, hey, you're a random stranger. You want to run CAIN. It's at like Thursday nights at 7 p.m. for me. I can make that work. Okay. And then because you said sure, someone else looking at the two of you says, wait, I want in on that. But jamming for strangers is scary. Yeah, it is. So, I mean, like, maybe this is something I could set up. I don't know how I would do this, but like on the server, on the Discord server, we have people who like play Magic the Gathering together. Like just random commander pickups. We have folks that will just like hop in VC together. Like there's a real thing to be discovered about like treating the server as like a third place. That you can just like hop in VC, meet someone new. Maybe you've only spoken with them twice. But that's not a stranger. You know their name, or at least their Discord handle. You know that both of you really think cats are really funny, and you like sending each other cat memes now. And you know that they can't cook to save their life, but are really, really, really trying to make a nice pasta. Boom. That's enough information about someone to be like, you're not a complete stranger. Want to play CAIN? Oh my gosh, I was hoping to play CAIN. Sure. And like, boom, you go for it. So like, it's a little bit of putting yourself out there. You played your first Malagas game on my server. Thank you. Awesome. Or I don't know what I'm thinking, but like, it's nice to be able to see people actually make those kind of connections and growth. And this is why I'm learning the system to run it. Forever jamming can be a lot of fun. And yeah, and I love jamming. And I've said this before, if I could only choose playing or jamming, I think I'd choose jamming. I just love jamming. I obviously love playing too, and I want to play more, but I feel like a lot of people who jam don't like being jams, which is so weird to me. Hey, noticed your TTRPG from across the server and really liked your vibe. This is how I found out there's a Discord and people want to play TTRPGs. Yeah, on the description of this video, there's the Discord link. Gargamok stays winning. We live for the sludge. Yeah, 100%. It's something I'm also awkward about. Not just because it's scary, because I'm also trying to get like my birth. Yeah. That's fair. And honestly, like, there's something to be said about how TTRPGs as a hobby is very stressful. Like, it sounds stupid to say, but it's not wrong. If I am freaking yesterday, I was going to run Neolithic, the TTRPG I made, which if you don't know about that, feel free to ask. But it's a Stone Age civilization where you make an entire alien species with Stone Age technology. It's like biopunk. On Wednesday night, I'm like, I have no notes for a thing I'm going to stream tomorrow on Discord. And I reached out to Rory, and Rory's just like, listen, I'm sick. Like, I can hop on call. I just don't think I'd be at my best for a streamed game of Neolithic. And I'm like, okay, let's call it. Like, I'll go on stream. You take care of yourself, buddy. Your health is more important. And then he's like, thank you. Biopunk, that goes hard. Yeah. Stone Age Biopunk sounds fun. Yeah. And if you want to watch the development process, a lot of the development, not a lot, I feel like a portion of the development was live on stream on previous live streams. I also played my first Malagas game in your server. Curse you, Moss, you dang sludge. Oh my gosh. Become one of us? Yeah. My group is a weird situation where we have too many people who want to GM. And that's a situation where I would say, even if you can only play like once per week, a series of mini campaigns of varying systems would be my recommendation. We're going to run an 8-session D&D game run by X. And then we're going to run a 4-session Lancer game run by Y. And then we're actually going to do like another 8-session D&D game run by Z, followed by like a 10-session vampire game run by A, and then we kind of like go back up here, and now maybe X is like, oh, I kind of want to run Lancer now. And so now X runs Lancer for another 6 sessions, right? And you can just kind of pivot, and this will take you, like, if this is once a week, this is 12, 20, 32, that is like over half a year, where no individual GM is like overburdened, but like even if you start here, like player A has to wait 20 weeks, which is just about like 5 months before they start GMing. They can GM elsewise. If you have the time, you can bump this down to 2 sessions a week to make this like maybe concurrently you have a Lancer game and a D&D game. But also, I don't know about you, I'm not in high school anymore. Don't say if you are, but like I'm not in high school anymore. I can't afford to have 2 TTRPG sessions a week for a single group. Yeah, earlier today, 2 of my perfect draw players were just too out of it to play. You can just try again later. Yeah. And that's a mindset that I would recommend getting into for TTRPGs. Like, assuming you know these people and you like one another, assuming you're tight, nothing is really stopping you from next time. And so, yes, I personally struggle with the impatience of like, I really want to just like do the cool thing now. I really want to just like continue with the game already. I don't plan on you leaving my life in the next 3 months. So if this takes another month to get set up, sure, that's fine. Like it sucks. Obviously, I would like to play it, but if you are busy 1 week and then you're sick another week and then you have like a thing with family the next week, I'm not going to hold it against you, right? I remember in university vacations, we had a campaign of like 1.5 of each day playing 12-hour sessions. Oh my gosh. I had a time where over a single summer, I was playing like 6 hours a day, like maybe 3 to 4 days a week. And I got like really close with a lot of people over this, and I don't talk to any of them anymore for a multitude of reasons. But like, it was one of those things where I got really close to a lot of people. I had great experiences. I loved the time that I had with this. And then, bam. Hi, chat. Hi, I'm writing my CAIN plot hooks right now. Nice. The pain of having too many games in queue and not enough time to play. Yeah. Time really is the great equalizer. However, some people have more of it than others, which is always like, ugh, I wish. Mostly people want to do D&D, and I'm the guy who brings other systems, and I'm already running a long-term D&D campaign. Honestly, at that point, I know that you probably love the D&D game. I personally would recommend saying, hey, let's put that on pause. We have someone else who wants to run D&D. Let them run a D&D game. I want to run Lancer. I want to run Wild Sea. I want to run Blades in the Dark. Gosh. Okay, it's been 2 hours. Like, listen, do you even care? Like, do you even want to talk more about virtues? Like, I've talked about virtues on stream before. I already talked about, like, virtues. I don't think that we care. I have questions to get through. I have stuff to do today. I think I just do questions, then I wrap up stream. I want to know about... There's no more new homebrew. Like, I didn't do much new homebrew stuff. That's the issue. You're here for the yapping? Why are you here for the... Like, of all of the things, why would you be here for yapping? Oh, my webpage crashed. That's why. Nice. Ah, frickin' A. We're here to talk about what you like up to. And that's what I've been doing for like 2 hours now. I woke up 5 minutes. I woke up 5 minutes before I was supposed to go live. Technically speaking, I woke up earlier, and then I fell back asleep. I was like, my eyes were closed, and like, oh my gosh, yesterday I woke up, and like, I was talking to Rory like Wednesday night because planning for the session, and then my plan was to run for Rory that morning. So I hit up Rory. And I'm just like, I'm not even tired. My eyes just hurt to stay open. And he's like, I know the feeling. And so I just lied in bed for like an hour on Thursday morning, eyes closed. Gayest little yacht on earth. I had to stretch with that one. Yeah, and we've been watching you for 2 hours. It's obviously entertaining. Dude, people say that, and I'm so like, what? Like, do you just have no taste? Is that what this is? Fun fact: did you know the "ur" sound in butter is the rarest sound in the language? It's only used in English sparingly in some Northern Germanic languages. Butter, butter, gutter, rudder. Huh. Neat. Would any of the virtues be good kissers? Listen, I maintain my stance. I made a whole video. I made a whole clip about this. Justice would do exactly what you tell them to do. They would follow any order you give them. I think that means that they'd be a very good kisser. That said, they don't like dogs. So be gone thought. Like that's my real thoughts on Justice. Is like, I think they would be a fantastic kisser. I think that they're in like good shape. I think that they take care of themselves. I think that they listen to you. I think that they'll like do whatever you tell them to do, but they hate dogs, so be gone thought. I feel like Faith would be a very bad kisser because I feel like Faith would not want to kiss you. And I feel as though Faith would be the sort of person who, I don't know if she can kiss you. Question mark? Like I run my Faith that she's a former nun. So I think that kind of comes with the territory. I don't know. Charity, I have never kissed two people at once. I'm gonna be real with you. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. A lot of people in chat say that would be a fantastic thing. I'm infinitely entertaining. Thank you. I'm missing out, apparently. Fortitude. Well, so first off, with Charity, like, I don't know how this operates. Like, I don't know mechanically how this would work. So, maybe? You think kissing Faith is like... I don't know. I don't run Faith like a blank. I run Faith like a rock. I run Faith like things just do not affect her. And at one point, Hattie in the game I was running used stutter in front of Faith. And Faith just like did not move while everything else reoriented around the time stream. And Faith just kind of gave her a look and just like, were you just trying to like reverse time on me? And then Hattie's like, oh, snap. I don't think she's like I don't think she's a blank. I did consider that because she has no grace. But I do think that Faith, I think that she wouldn't be interested in being a kisser. I feel like the Charity's very interested in kissing. Part of the issue is they can entwine you while kissing. And that's kind of like, it's kind of freaky. I feel like a lot of people would like that though. Would Fortitude be a good kisser? Fortitude would bite you. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm not going to say anything else because I know if I do, I'm going to say something people are going to clip. Hope, listen, Hope would be an unforgettable... What was I talking about? Sorry. Anyway, Prudence. Dude, Prudence. Prudence kissing you. Physically, mid. It would be the most romantic thing you can ever imagine. They love romance novels. They like long walks on the beach. They are artistic about trains and neat whiskey. They are the kind of person that would not just kiss you. They would like wine and dine you first. And they would like hand on your waist and like pull you close and look you in the eye and like thumb on your chin kind of deal and like look down at your lips and then back up at your eyes and like do all the romance tropes and whatever. Like Prudence would not be a fantastic kisser physically. It would be a pretty mid kiss, but like the romance leading up to it, fantastic. Arrow almost revealed her into being bitten. I didn't say that. I said anything further I was not going to reveal. Stream timer should be what makes the virtues unique. I already made one talking about the virtues. Can Fortitude take off the helmet? No, I'm saying they would bite you through the helmet. Charity would either simulate you or drop you by the side. Porque no los dos, like, come now. And for Hippocrates dossier, chastity is a no-go. Chastity is I have too much grace, do not touch me, I don't want to kiss you. And I respect that. Sobriety? I feel like sobriety would suck as a kisser and would also be drunk. And so it would be like sloppy. And I also think that they would cry during it. So I don't think they'd be a very good kisser. And then I think absolution. I feel like absolution is the sort that would like give you like a little kiss on the cheek. I don't think absolution is interested. Oh, Prudence, Simon says kiss. Oh my gosh. No, not Denji and Himeno at the bar. No, we're not doing that. Kiss Chastity's Iron Maiden with consent, coward. But what if they don't want that? What if there is no consent? Have you considered that their Iron Maiden is an extension of them? They're not denying it. Salmon or tuna? Okay. By itself, salmon. On like sushi or in like a poke bowl? A mix. That's my answer. I grew up like one of like my mother's go-to meals to make was a tuna sandwich. So like literally just like canned tuna, mix it with some relish. She used to mix it with like mayo. I didn't like it with mayo, so like we didn't have it with mayo. So it'd just be relish, tuna on bread, and that would be like a meal that we would have. Sometimes we would pair it with like plain chips. That's what I think of when I think tuna, but more recently, my main exposure to tuna has been at the Asian Mart, where there's like cheap sushi for sale after a certain time of day. And so I think like the bright red, almost pink tuna and like the fluorescent orange salmon that are on like nigiri or in sushi. But would kissing absolution make guillotine kill you? See, that's the thing. What is guillotine? What is guillotine? Because the reason the Absolution Hunter's Archive ends the way it does is because in talking, because basically I mentioned to Svelte, hey, I'm going to be doing Hunter's Archives on the Hippocrates dossier virtues. If you have any like hidden information, any lore you want revealed, let me know. And so before each one, we chatted about it. And with Absolution, they brought up that the three options that it may be are either the hound of their dead spouse, the hound of their revenge for their dead spouse, or a hound that killed their spouse that they then bound as a means of absolution. And I was like, I never considered that third one. Did my model break? Oh no. I never considered that third one. And then Svelte goes, yeah, no one does. And so I wanted to include it in the short. And that's why in the short, they're like arguing about it. And then Svelte comes in and is like, maybe it's this one too. Maybe it's anything else. Who knows? It's ambiguous. So if guillotine is just a random hound that happened to kill their spouse, then I feel like it would not kill you. I feel like if the Hound was the vengeance of the dead spouse, it might get jealous and try and kill you. But I feel like if Guillotine is the Hound of Absolution's vengeance for their dead spouse, I mean, I don't know if that would count. It's weird. Hounds are weird. You'd be on the list eventually, no matter what you are. Like, come on now. I think salmon is overpriced. AF for what it is. Tuna is much more versatile. Salmon does get overpriced. Salmon is just kind of fish, and it's treated as if it's way better. Oh my gosh. And so I'm on the West Coast now. I've been on the West Coast for like a year now. Dude, being across the Pacific from East Asia, there's so much good fish here. The fishing industry in the Pacific is cracked. Like crabbing and like certain types of fishing and like lobsters. East Coast, Northeast, got on lock. Fatty tuna, like fatty tuna belly. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Rage-fueled vengeance is never known for its accuracy and even hand. I don't know what you're on about. I am incredibly even-handed and accurate for a rage-fueled vengeance machine. Have you not seen me whip out wha-bam, wha-bam? I can do all three of them at once. I can handle 3 at once. I feel like as soon as you start bonding with Absolution, you're going to get on Guillotine's list. That's probably true. Like, let's be real. You were waiting for the mouth handgun. Favorite CAIN blasphemy. I have mentioned that I really like Whisper. I think Whisper is cool. The one CAIN character I've gotten a chance to play has been a Whisper user. I also like Bind. I like Bind. I think it's cool. I like being a summoner. I like having summons. I like having a sin. I want to make Palace work. Palace feels very underpowered to me. As someone that has not played Palace, it feels very underpowered to me, and I want to make it work because it has no direct combat application. It's entirely set up. I want to make it work. Because you're so entertaining, have a cool fact. Moss has survived 9 months outside of the International Space Station. What the frick? That is a cool fact. So yeah, Whisper, Bind. I like these two. I want to make Palace work. Tongue actually really interests me. What am I doing? Like, I like it. I like Whispers and Binding and Tongues. And I can, like, what? Like, I don't do this on purpose. John has a weird vibe to it. Also, JJK fan. Tongue is fun. So, why? Jaunt, I think is fine. I had a fun time running an NPC with Jaunt. Mix. Rip. Yeah, I like Tension. Freaking, this is not better. Why are all these euphemistic? Why are the ones I like euphemistic? I like Tension. I like just barriers. I like force fields. I like. I'm not gonna say restraint. Arrow out of context. Yes. Wait, a tiny spoiler for Games for Freaks 4. Bindsons can attack now. I thought they could attack before. Yeah. So I've heard that all of Games for Freaks 4 has a ton of like mutations you can do, like alterations to sins or blasphemies that you can do. And like with Bind, you can like have a Bind mech. You can have like a freaking sin mech that you use. You're not making it better, but then again, you are. Oh my gosh. I like Flux and Edit. They're also incidentally what 2 of my favorite characters I ran started with. Nice. Sever from Harpocrates is also cool. In Harpocrates, I like Wave. I like Wave conceptually. I don't remember mechanically. Wave is the idea of like you use waves not just of the ocean, but of the psychic sea, and also sound waves, and like waves of all kinds, like waves of light, even like all waveforms you have control over, which I just think is such an interesting way of doing that. Husk, I find really interesting, which is why I gave it to Mix. Hot rip. Oh my gosh, Pugile. I forgot about Pugile. Like, if I was to run a Harpocrates dossier one, I would probably run Pugile. Like, listen. Oh, okay. So you are a, let's see. Beast Pugile. Bonded with Fortitude. Oh, okay. And you're going to go for the War Horseman Blasphemy. Okay, got it. We want to spice things up, don't we? Yeah, sure. Oh, and you're really aggressive and you want to wipe the stain away, even if it means destroying yourself in the process. You know what? I think you're a very unique character there. Let me tell you that. And like, I don't care. I want that. I think it would be so much fun, particularly because I'd play them as a really nice person. I would play a really nice Beast Pugile character who wants to bond with Fortitude, and they want to be the sort of person that can just like annihilate a sin and will like go ham and like throw hands, but they're really kind to their other XOs. Even they're kind to the people outside lighting fireworks at 2:30 on the day before July 4th. An XO severe attack is an amazing concept. Yeah, and that's actually why I took inspiration for that with with untempered high blasphemies. I added a light version of a severe attack. I added when you do your custom high blasphemy that you can make, which if you want more information, the previous stream, which was Making a Virtue, I think it was 2 weeks ago, that talks more about this. You have 3 yes or no questions that you have to answer every time you use your high blasphemy. And if you say yes to them, you get to do a special effect like deal/execution talisman, kill a group of cat humans, remove an affliction or all slashes from a hook, ask the admin a yes or no question which they answer honestly. Like, it gives you extra bonuses as if it were a severe attack, but obviously there's more than that. That's not the beast agenda, that's the... You can be a killing machine that is nice to people. This is what I was getting at earlier with the whole like, oh, if you think that, like, if you want to play a character that's disruptive, or that's if you want to play a character that is like frustrating but isn't disruptive to the game, you have to not like cause problems for the game. This would be that. It would just be not causing problems in the game. As someone who has very little knowledge about CAIN, which horsemen are there? Pre or post Middle Ages rewrite? Yeah, it's Conquest. Because fun fact, if you don't know, 4 horsemen. Originally, it was Conquest, War, Famine, Death. And then I think what they did is that like there was a rewrite. There was kind of like a cultural shift that removed Conquest, pushed forward War, and I think Pestilence is often put like right before Death, which, if you don't know, all of the four horsemen were representations of real life events, and I believe someone who's more knowledgeable will remind me of this. Conquest represented the advancement of like Christianity and like the conquest of Christianity over the world, whereas War was like the Romans, I think, and War was like the Roman Empire taking over. Something like that. Okay, wait, I can explain this. Pestilence is Conquest. It's just they're interpreted differently. All of them except Death technically go unnamed. Really? Oh. It took me a while to realize that the reason category only goes up to 7 is that 7 is the 7 seals of the apocalypse. See, you say it took you a while to realize that. I just realized that right now. Because, in case you don't know, I'm not very knowledgeable on like Catholic mythology. So like, if you just say, yeah, back in the Bible, they reference the 7 seals of the apocalypse, I'll just believe you. Right? I was also thinking like 7 deadly sins. 7 also just historically been considered a lucky number in the Anglosphere, which is why the rainbow only has 6 colors. But it was assigned 7 because it was seen as like a divine number. It was seen as like a holy number. And so they split up purple into indigo and violet. And I say they as in Isaac Newton. Although it has been established a couple times now, I don't think it's actually said anywhere. Cat 7 is the max. However, for powers and for XOs, I think Cat 7 is intended to be the max. Fun fact, killer whales are dolphins and manatees are kind of their own thing. So I know killer whales are cetaceans, as dolphins are. And I'm pretty sure that sea cows, manatees, are their own thing. How do people think the virtues feel about CAIN, and how does CAIN treat them in your world? Similar thoughts on the intricacies of them. So, in my setting, all of the virtues, I said this earlier, which I can point it out. So if I do becoming a virtue, Cat 5 or higher, executed Cat 6 or higher, or Cat 5 perfect sin, referred by other virtues, manifested a unique unleashed blasphemy. I have rules where you can make your own unleashed blasphemy. I have rules where you can make your own high blasphemy. You can get your own law or strength or veil. But also, you can inherit the title of a fallen one. So the relative commonality of a virtue title inheriting does not mean it happens often. It requires the inheriting XO to have a full bond with the virtue, be of Cat 4 or higher, and have a genuine understanding of their psychology. Upon the virtue's expiration, their unleashed blasphemy will attempt to latch on to whichever bonded XO is closest. If that XO does not meet the requirements, they are infused with grace and overwhelmed by its power, immediately succumbing to sin overflow. They must roll to resist or give up as the unleashed blasphemy jumps to the next closest bonded XO. And then this doesn't happen for charity because entwine, but should a virtue expire without any XOs capable of harnessing its power, it will induce sin overflow in every single bonded XO before dissipating permanently. There is no recorded range to this, potentially leading to a global cascade of a fallen virtue's bonds. So, virtues in my setting have to have a quota of XOs bonded to them at Cat 4 or higher, maxed out, in order to ensure this doesn't happen. Which means, what happens is each virtue has to have between 2 and 4 XOs of Cat 4 or higher that have a max out bond with them. That is your boss saying you have to have 2 to 4 best friends. And you need to actively interact with them. And we're going to force you to be friends with these people. Or at the very least get close enough that they know you extremely well. And then they're going to go die. And you're going to have survivor's guilt. And so in my version of CAIN, I run virtues as basically just really high Cat XOs. They still are XOs, but they have much more leniency to them. Right? They have much more ability to make their own decisions. They have autonomy to an extent. That said, I have deployed 2 virtues in my game. The first was on a hunt, it was justice. And the second was between hunts, and it was faith. Justice came, got a situation report, and Canine, one of the NPCs who had a sin mark, was speaking to him, and Justice pointedly ignored Canine and asked for whoever was highest ranked on the mission. And Canine, who had a bond with Justice, had a 1-point bond with Justice, said, "I'm the highest ranked XO here," and then just cuts him off and just who is the second highest ranked person here? And is not looking at Canine. And then Mix is off to the side, and Mix just learned that her boyfriend died, and so is not in the state. And so Hattie, who is one of the highest ranked XOs, but not one of the 2 highest, kind of comes forward and starts talking to him. And I never said this, but I've said this off of game. I've said this, I've kind of like revealed this was the reason why. Justice in game says it is his duty, it is CAIN mandate to slay, to like wipe away the sin wherever it is encountered. He must execute sin wherever he finds it. Sin marks are considered sin. Therefore, Justice, if he acknowledges Canine who has a sin mark, Justice would have to kill him. And so Justice, despite following orders, despite like adhering to the letter of what CAIN told him to do, he's still an exo. He doesn't want to kill this kid. He's met this kid before. He's bonded. He knows this kid's name. And so he ignores him. As far as he is concerned, Canine does not exist. Which breaks Canine's heart, but lets Canine survive. Whereas if Justice acknowledged him, he would be obligated, because he cannot disobey orders, to kill him. And so Canine and Hattie and all of Site Epsilon don't like Justice because they think Justice is a jerk. But Justice did that because the core of all of the virtues that I've run thus far, all 2 of them, is that they are still exos. And even though they're like the top brass of CAIN, they prioritize exos more than CAIN ever would. And that's why Faith, when she shows up to do 2 things. First off, Mix hollowed. She's a jaunt user. She hollowed. And Site Epsilon, the player character and all the NPCs, basically... So they forced their way into the site director's office and basically pleaded their case to get Mix sent off to another site where they've heard a rumor that hollowing can be reversed. However, obviously, you're an XO. You're a weapon. You just broke into the site director's office. They brought Faith over for 2 reasons. 1, transport Mix, because apparently when someone is hollowed, they need a virtue in order to deploy, like transport them. And 2, as a show of force. Like the site wanted to remind the XOs, we can just call a virtue on you. And so they did. However, what happened is that Faith basically just had like an open forum with them. It was like, hey, hello, I'm Faith. Pleasure to meet all of you. And they all like asked her questions, and Faith revealed a bunch of information that they had no idea for. For instance, in my game, if you get a sin mark, you are considered stained and you are like disregarded by admin. You are as poorly treated as exos are, you are treated worse with a sin mark. And there's something called Site Gamma, where you can go Gamma. You can go to this Site Gamma and get way better treatment. Effectively, Site Gamma is if most XOs are playing like high school football, Site Gamma is going to university football, and then virtues are major league, right? So Gamma is where a lot of black coats are. But Gamma, if you have a sin mark, you cannot join. And Gamma gives you a lot of stuff, like you get your own private room for free. You get meal plan B for free. You are treated like an employee, not a weapon. It's an army base, not a prison, exactly. And so at Site Gamma, that's something that's like a real tangible thing that a lot of XOs are gunning for. And Hattie, the player character in particular, has been gunning for since like Cat 2, right? And Faith revealed virtues can have sin marks. And they're all like, what? And Faith is like, yeah, well, so I can't have sin marks because I don't have any grace. And I think Justice doesn't have any because, well, Justice would never let that happen. But why do you think Fortitude wears the mask? Oh, the charities have more sin marks than any of us, but that's also because of the way Entwine works. Like, they would get new people to have sin marks. So, yeah, every single virtue outside of myself and Justice have sin marks. And the player and all of the NPCs, after hearing for like actual like a dozen sessions, gamma, 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 no sin mark, no sin mark, don't get sin, don't get sin. Virtues can have sin marks. And then like the handler was just like, well, certainly only 1 or 2 virtues has a single sin mark. And then Faith's like, no, why do you think Fortitude wears the helmet? Their entire head is covered in them. And like everyone, including like the on-site admin, are just like, what the frick? Huh? And so they're like confused at that. And Faith just answers all their questions and kind of, instead of being a show of force, basically is like really nice to them. And she literally, so she has this little bag that has a bunch of little knickknacks and trinkets and like toys and stuff that she got from like gacha and claw machines or whatever. And what she does is every time she meets an exorcist, she asks them to take something from her bag. And so they all get a little thing from her bag. They all get something from her bag. So like Bond gets a little blue Power Ranger keychain, I think. And she's just like, hey, I don't care about the Power Rangers, but I like blue, so that's nice. K9 got a Gudetama sticker. Clapback got a cinema roll keychain. And then K9 ended up giving the sticker to Clapback because Clapback's favorite Sanrio character is Gudetama, and that was like a really like small but important step in their relationship, where he was just like, hey, like, I care about you, so I'm giving you this. I'm actually giving you a proper gift of something that you actually want, and that really touched her. Hattie, the player character, is a former streamer, and so like a keychain of her former merch found its way in there. Raphael got a little patch, a little patch that you can like put on clothing, which was Uzumaki like, this is my hole, it was made for me. And Sister, the binder, got a little like Jigglypuff, like a little hand-sized like Jigglypuff, like palm-sized Jigglypuff, and like has no connection to Pokemon. And it was like, I don't know what this is. And like the other NPCs were like, you don't know Pokemon? And then they were like explaining Pokemon to her. But also Faith saw that Sister was a binder, had a sin, and like pet Rancor, and then Rancor bit Faith, and then Faith, having no grace, was like, that's okay, it's okay, like I don't mind, and like just tanked a point of stress, and then took out a second gift, and it was like the Pixar ball, and was like, here for your sin, and was like, wait, she's chill with binders? She had zero issue? Like the player was like, oh no, Sister is a binder. And Faith like had zero issue with her and treated her like a 12-year-old, not like a binder, not like an XO. And then what happened, which like really blindsided my player, Faith goes over to Sigma 1. Sigma 1 is a XO who got pieces of silver, retired, and got transferred to Site Epsilon as like the castle team specialist, as the leader of the Untouchables. And so as an XO who is now part of admin, Faith walks up to him and offers him to take from it. And he's like, I'm good, thank you. And she goes, no, I insist. Every XO I meet gets one. We're both XOs. And so he reaches in and he gets out like a little figurine of Godzilla, which then at his desk in future meetings with Hattie, she saw he set up the little Godzilla on his desk and a little like hand painted like a Star Wars Rebel miniature. And so not only is that him signaling that he genuinely appreciated that and he genuinely cared for it, but also that little Rebel was to indicate that despite being a member of admin, he still like supports XOs, right? And so what I did is that all of the characters, all the XOs, the thing that they got, it ranged in how symbolic it was. It ranged in how important it was. Like the blue Power Ranger for Bond, she was literally like, hey, I just like it because it's blue. That's neat. Whereas with Hattie, I was like, what do you pull from her bag? And then Hattie's like, I got my own merch. I got the first run of keychain, like the limited edition keychain that I did on my merch drop at the very first wave, and I'm so surprised to have it. And then like one of the NPCs bonded with Faith after this. Hattie had a private conversation with Faith and was just like, can I have a hug? And Faith is like, sure, and gives her a little hug. And like, so what I did is the main through line to answer this question, to go back, both Justice and Faith on separate occasions in their own ways have both expressed that they are going to support exorcists however they can. Now, Faith's mean of support is much more like comforting, much more nurturing, whereas Justice at one point literally said like, okay, we're going to go after these imagos so that they can't transform into perfect sins. And then the player was like, we're nearly tapped. We have like no psyche burst remaining, and some of us are about to sin overflow. And Justice looks them dead in the eye and says, I don't see a sin mark on you. You have at least one more in you. And my player went, oh gosh, understood. So Justice, not a nice guy, but still like wants to support exos how they can. When meanwhile Faith is just like, isn't going to have any frills about like taking you out if she needs to, but is someone who wants to like give them comforts that she knows they don't have. And at one point later, Bond, who bonded, funny enough, with Faith, like revealed that she had been talking with Faith, like been on calls with Faith, bonded further with Faith, got the null high blasphemy. And Faith, after Canine and Clapback ran away, after two of the other XOs like literally like ran away from Cain and like tried to escape on their own, Faith informed Bond, I think you would be one of the best people to go after them, because not only are you highly skilled and I have been training you, but also you know them, and you are a social character. You are a very social person that could probably convince them to come back. You are their best chance of not being executed. And I think that if you can do that, you would be a perfect candidate to do what I do, which is go after binders. And with how good you are at talking to people, you might not even need to go and detain them. You might be able to convince them to come back. And so Faith has basically taken Bond fully under her wing and is just like, I think you would be great for going out and actively like getting escaped XOs or binders or like former sin hosts and like convincing them to join Cain. And is like genuinely like trying to be there for Bond. Right? Binders are sort of illegal, at least in canon. It's complicated because all XOs can't leave an all mandatory serving. So it's kind of hard for them to have less rates. And that's why binders and sin marks. Binders and sin marks are kind of similar to me in how I run Cain, where it's less that they have fewer rights. It's more like they're the least favorite kid in the class. Does that make sense? It's less that they are like literally like second class to the XOs, because XOs are already second class. It's more so that this is the remedial class that the teacher hates everyone, but they hate those kids extra special, right? There's 100% a single Beyblade. Yeah, absolutely. Aren't XOs teenagers? She got to have merch before being kidnapped. Yeah. So my player, their character is like a 17-year-old streamer, like a Minecraft streamer, who got like super popular over like the last like 1 to 2 years and had like 2 million subscribers or something. Like they blew up when they started. Actually, they like awoke to their flux power and started using it to cheat at the game, and that's how they got so popular. And then they had like merch drops and whatever, and then they got bagged by Cain. This Faith seems so much fun. Yeah. Is gamma actually real? As far as the player is aware, maybe. And like, so on a meta level, my player knows 100%, yes, it is real. Gamma is actually literally real. There is a site gamma. They have played exos that are gammas. I have played exos that are gammas. Or I've played an exo that is a gamma. So like they know on a meta level, site gamma is real. But like Sigma 1 has told them like, hey, I'm an XO. I'm from Site Gamma. I went to Site Gamma. I here's my advice on how to get you to Site Gamma. I can be your recommendation to get to Site. Like Site Gamma could be a psyop, but everything I've put forward has made it incredibly unlikely it is. Third class XO with a fourth rate blasphemy. Here's a question. CAIN won't succeed. Here's a question. CAIN won't succeed. This is a losing Shadow War, but do the virtues know what might happen if they succeed? You know, the Thunder Warriors ending. So, sorry, I have like 4 answers to the virtue question, like the previous one as well, because I ran Justice and Faith, how I ran them in my game. They prioritize exos as much as they can. Obviously, they're still loyal to CAIN. Yes, they will still enforce the dogma. Yes, they will still kill you. But they try to prioritize exos and they try to give them what grace they can. Haha. And part of that is that in my setting, you can inherit a virtue title. Once the Unleashed Blasphemy finds a suitable exo, they are infused with grace in a sensation described as like sin overflow, but good. The Exorcist immediately regains all psyche bursts and pathos. They permanently lose access to all other nascent high blasphemies not tied to their Unleashed Blasphemy and are unable to gain any going forward. At the end of every scene, the exo is awake but doesn't activate their new Unleashed Blasphemy. They take 1d3 stress. Upon activating it, the exo is unable to set up or benefit from teamwork at the remainder of the scene as they struggle to harness their newfound power. At the end of the scene, they become comatose until the hunt ends. The exo continues to take stress each scene and fall comatose upon using their Unleashed Blasphemy until they use it while Cat 5 or higher. This means Cat 4 exos may have to suffer through this for multiple hunts, where CAIN provides anesthesia between hunts to ensure the exo can survive until their next deployment. When the exo wakes up from being comatose for the final time, some of their memories and most of their dreams are not theirs. They carry the psychic imprint of every previous carrier of their blasphemy, permanently increasing their sin cap by 2. These memories are never clear enough to be useful, though they have subtle effects on the exo's psychology, habits, and preferences. They are the same person, yet distinct from who they once were. And then, an exo manifesting or inheriting a Unleashed Blasphemy doesn't skip the requirements to become a virtue. Instead, they're fast-tracked along the path and shadow a virtue that is on good terms with them or the fallen. This is both to ensure the aspirant survives the process to become a virtue with their Unleashed Blasphemy, as well as to build rapport with a soon-to-be peer. Given that the aspirant virtue doesn't have the bond network to pass down their Unleashed Blasphemy upon expiration, their safety on these missions is a top priority. Though with their skill as a Cat 4 or higher XO, paired with a veteran virtue, additional precautions are rarely necessary. Fact: exos which have been fast-tracked often develop a mentor-mentee relationship with their assigned virtue, extending even beyond their induction as a virtue. Justice mentoring the new Prudence was a rare case in which this negatively impacted their working relationship. So in my setting, it is reasonable that a XO that came into CAIN in like the year 2000 and over like the 2000s grew in power and then eventually hit like Cat 5 and got like the inherited Unleashed Blasphemy of like law from Justice. Like, if Justice dies, law will jump to someone else. And then if they use it, they become the new Justice. And so, yes, their kind of like psychology and their habits might shift to accommodate what Justice is. But at the same time, they are their own person. If the previous Justice was a huge stickler for the letter of the law, whereas the new Justice is all about the spirit of the law and what actually is intended, not what is explicitly stated. Those would be 2 very different Justices. Well, for law specifically, there's additional qualifications because now they have to obey orders directly. I don't know who this is, but y'all are talking about a hyperfixation of mine. See, it's always funny when people come here and are like, hey, wow, wild to find someone talking about CAIN in the wild. I think I'm one of the most consistent CAIN content creators on YouTube. I've been talking about CAIN for like a year now, consistently. The way I run CAIN makes it literally impossible to wipe away the stain just as long as there's even a single sapient being, the psychic sea will exist, so no victory? Yeah. Flux treating at Minecraft is insane? Yeah. I don't think any of the virtues are worried about winning the Shadow War because sins would have to stop manifesting? Yeah. So, again, in my setting, virtues are very oriented around exos. There's a very strong culture across all sites, across all branches, across all of CAIN, that exos support other exos. And obviously, Incite Epsilon, which is what my game is focused on, that is like, literally, it's like a gang. It's like a fraternity. It's like a cult. It's like a mythic institution that goes beyond just, let's be nice to each other because we're all exos. But all of the virtues look at like the Cat 3 that they're talking to and they're like, hey, your life sucks. I recognize this. Let me make it not suck for you as best I can. Yeah, so Incite Epsilon, it is toxic levels of support. Incite Epsilon, you're expected to sacrifice yourself for Cite Epsilon for the other Valentines. Across all of CAIN, it's just kind of like, hey, you're an EXO, I'm an EXO, they suck. Like, you're an EXO, I'm an EXO. I like you more than all the admin at this rate. I'm curious how you mentioned through the 2000s. What is the timing, CAIN? 1 hunt each month. So what I set up in my game, I went about 1 hunt per month for the site. Because prior to the game starting, there was Crashing Tiger, which decimated the entire site and only had 1 survivor. And then there was a couple more hunts where like all of the new Cat 1 XOs became Cat 2 and some became Cat 3, and then they like leveled up and leveled up. And then Hattie got there. Hattie went on 1 mission, 1 hunt. It was about a month. Then there was 2 missions that happened simultaneously that she went on 1 of them. And then again, it's been another month. And now it is a new mission. So I would say like on average once a month, but like there was admin work here. She went on a little side quest at one point. This was 2 in a single month. So like it's a little bit loosey-goosey. I shoot for in my setting 1 sin per site per month. Right? I think prudence with Shake, informal rules in games, disliking justice, rules lawyer is extremely fitting. So in Games for Freaks, prudence, one of their dislikes is listed as justice. They don't like justice. So I was like, why wouldn't prudence like justice? I think, and someone asked, what's prudence like in my gameverse? Prudence is actually one of the newest virtues because prudence died back in like the early 2000s and transferred their Shake blasphemy to a new XO. And so this new XO is the new prudence that got mentored throughout the 2000s by justice. And because justice is, well, justice, they did not they did not get along well. This prudence is very much so someone that like wants to like just make it all work. I think that my prudence is like very autistic, lovingly so, but like they're very autistic. They're not quite the debonair. There's someone who like, do you know anyone who like is autistic and so they got really, really, really good at masking, and so got really, really good at understanding social interactions, and so like because they are so like not in the neurotypical mind space, they're like, socialization is a game that I have to win. And so That is my prudence. My prudence is really good at talking to people because they're really good at being like, okay, I'm not talking to you to like make myself. We say, what do you want to hear? How can I say it in such a way that will get you to like me so I can get what I want? And that's my prudence. And that's because they like trains. They like long walks on the beach and romance novels. And like, I think that they do have this kind of like aspiration. They think it's really cool to be like this super spy. But I think that ultimately they have a very transactional, gamified means of interaction, which in a 2000s era setting means that they're kind of, it's all over the place. If you know anything about what happened in 2000s, particularly in the US and the Middle East, you know that like having someone that is like, okay, I'm doing this for like transactional benefit and I'm gamifying this, probably not the best thing to do when everything is so delicate. And Justice, being such a hardliner, like there's just a personality clash. Justice is like, why don't you get this? And I think like Prudence follows their own rules. Prudence follows their own like adherences and habits and formations, and those just don't align with Justice. These are two extremely rigid characters that are just kind of personality clashing. So CAIN thought, oh, Justice and the previous Prudence got along well. You will get along with this Justice. Justice will get along with this Prudence. And that was just so far from the truth. That was just so not correct. Oh, and that links to the Shake Blasphemy because they can communicate with people as a game through it. See, they gamify the world. They gamify. You get it. Just curious, what are Untouchables like in your setting? Funny enough, I have lore about that. That's like actually something like I wrote down. Untouchables. The unfortunate souls who find themselves on the front lines against sins aren't only XOs. There are hundreds of graceless humans who, through their misfortune or own circumstances, find themselves fighting under Castle and Cain's Shadow War. Some were convicts, some were homeless, some were soldiers, and some volunteered. Now, they are untouchables, barely more human than an XO, and twice as expendable. While XOs aren't considered humans legally or ethically, untouchables are. Barely. They're dregs and scum and sinners who seek to atone by wiping away humanity's stain. Their life is harsh, but livable. Communal co-ed barracks house all of the untouchables in a site, separated between dorms for larger sites. The largest of these are in bunkers, where teams of untouchables are scrambled and deployed for full operations. But every sin jail and even some panopticons have a dedicated force of untouchables on site to keep everything secure. Everything secures. Despite the position untouchables occupy in the CAIN hierarchy, they're still human, and CAIN is ultimately beholden to humanity's interests. An Untouchables day is regimented with training, sin education, and drills occupying most of their time. However, they have human resources. Weekends involve reduced hours and holidays or days off. Some get married or are granted leave to exit the facility. There are many who have retired either to CAIN's administration or leaving CAIN entirely. They spend the rest of their life as a CAIN-aligned asset and are sworn to secrecy, but they functionally leave the Shadow War behind. Untouchables are treated poorly, but they have a number of comforts XOs do not. Fact, treating Untouchables as expendable has historically resulted in decreased morale, efficiency, and strategic alignment across all levels of CAIN's hierarchy. Some castle officials liken them to infantry, whereas XOs are the cavalry. So this is something where I like the idea of Untouchables are ultimately expendable, but at the same time, like, a general might consider frontline infantry expendable, not, I'm going to throw this away without any reason, you know? Like, yes, I'm going to send these soldiers in to die for a purpose, but I'm not just going to throw away their lives. So I guess expendable isn't the right word, but like, they are, is this from Unwashed Masses? No. So this is my custom homebrew supplement. So I made Distortions, which is like in the extended universe. This is my homebrew setting doc, and this is all about my personal setting. Campaign I'm in has all the canon virtues go MIA before the campaign following the Challenger disaster. Hope is still around, but everyone forgot him. This is the reason behind the New Guard virtues. Ah. Yeah, so it's like, in the same way that if I have a hammer that breaks, I want to repair the hammer. I don't just throw it away, and I don't take out a hammer, smash something with it, and then toss the hammer once I'm done. So, untouchables are often fielded under 3 circumstances. Hunt support, where they're either kill teams or mincemeat. Hunts are operations involving the deployment of one or more XOs. Untouchables may be fielded alongside XOs as fire support, on-site reconnaissance, or as mission-specific specialists, such as hackers. They rarely fight along XOs directly, instead managing traces, drifters, and human interference in the background. But sometimes a situation's hot, and a hunt begins before the XOs arrive. Or alternatively, XOs are entirely unavailable. That's when untouchables are scrambled as first responders. Kill teams are rarely equipped to effectively deal with a proper sin, with only the few cleared for low exposure suits even capable of combating one directly. But a combination of high exposure suits, mental conditioning, and a minor dulling of cognitive receptors via chemical injection can allow for any untouchable to perceive a true sin directly. Such measures are considered high risk and often lead to mental degradation following exfiltration. Untouchables in body armor without any way of detecting grace phenomena are still deployed in hunt support, most often against mundane threats such as an idol's cult, private military companies, and particularly volatile investigation areas. For larger operations, they often are responsible for perimeters and quarantine zones despite their lack of grace detection. Some operations may involve non-combat plainclothes support, though this is rare. Fact: untouchable deployment in high-density areas have restricted authorization of firearm usage to minimize public disruption. Kill teams often disregard this restriction, with the most cited reason being the XO shot first. Disciplinary action is often waived. Sweeps: Search S&D squads or bloodhounds. Sweeps are standard responses to grace detections where seer has no positive ID on a true sin manifestation. These often are weakenings of the veil in which a single-digit number of drifters have managed to come over from the psychic sea. The veil being weakened allows them to come over, sins being here weakens the veil further, and so it's up to the untouchables to plug the leak before the ship goes down. Sightings of binders are rarely handled by untouchables, instead being passed off to XOs or even virtues depending on the projected cat. But circumstances are always evolving, and more than one binder has been detained, executed, or tracked by untouchable sweep teams. Given that sweeps primarily revolve around drifters, the use of low exposure suits is rarely authorized, and body armor is insufficient. Therefore, most sweep teams wear high exposure suits in order to allow them to interface with grace phenomena and complete their mission effectively. Scouts in plainclothes with grace monitoring equipment often act as a vanguard to ensure minimal public disruption. Fact: 11% of sweep operations reveal the presence of a true sin and evolve into hunts. S&D squads on such missions have a fatality rate exceeding 92%. Yeah, so 1 in 9 sweeps turn into a hunt because, hey, we found a grace disruption here. We think that there's a number of drifters here. Turns out it was actually a centipede, and it has infested, and what we tracked were the infested, 92% casualty rate. There's a 1 in 9 chance that you're probably definitely gonna die. And cleanup, aka cleanup crews, janitors. After a hunt is completed, the veil will naturally seal itself over time and take any traces or drifters with it. Cleanup crews are sent in to expedite the healing process. They're often considered the cushiest deployment an untouchable can enjoy given the relative low risk. With a confirmed sin execution and a ticking clock to all sins demanifesting, many cleanup teams operate conservatively and take their time. However, they still have casualty rates exceeding that of XOs, and any tear in the veil may lead to another true sin manifestation. Similarly to S&D squads, cleanup crews rarely wear anything other than high exposure suits due to the nature of their assignments. For cleanup of particularly high cat sins, low exposure suits may be authorized. These teams are also responsible for wiping CCTV footage, smoothing things over with local authorities, and setting the foundations for disinformation campaigns. In such cases, such specialists usually wear plainclothes in their operations. And in fact, sin execution is the fastest means of sealing any breach in the veil. Research regarding voluntary demanifestation of sins has been indefinitely suspended. So I like the idea of why not just demanifest them? Well, 1, CAIN dogma. It's just like a pride thing. It's like we've always done this thing. And 2, it seals the breach faster. Killing it pushes it back in, whereas demanifesting is kind of like it's slipping back in and it might come back out. How many of these untouchables die per op, like on average? I would say I have a little bit more about this. Where are my... I have more untouchable information somewhere. Do I? Right. So, untouchables are trained at a specific castle site, usually one deemed cool by Seer with a low volume of nearby sin manifestations. They're then shipped to a hot site and deployed on sweeps, cleanup, and hunt support with a life expectancy of 2 deployments. Those that survive the terrible 2 are often promoted to non-commissioned officers and redeployed to a site lacking veteran untouchables. So, I don't have a specific number, like 70% casualty rate, but it's expected that you're going to die within 2 deployments. And if you survive a 3rd, you're probably going to be an NCO. You know? So I like that as a good benchmark. I like that more than saying like, oh, 70% casualty rate on every mission. Cleanup crew assigned to cleaning up after a mother became a new XO girl. Oh my gosh. As new to CAIN, I don't see why XOs couldn't get the untouchable level of treatment. Because that is the fantasy that Tom Bloom was writing. That's the real answer. Like, why doesn't CAIN treat its XOs better? Because it's more fun. It's more interesting for XOs to be treated poorly. And like, yes, there might be an in-game explanation of just like, oh, well, the more traumatized they are, the more their powers manifest kind of deal. But ultimately, it's like, it's just interesting, right? I'm going to step away for just 1 second. Give me like 30 seconds. Of course the soda is a statement piece. What else would it be? I don't drink soda. No, I've talked about this before. I used to drink a lot of soda. Back when I was a teenager. I would drink like 1 a day, if not. I was drinking more. No, I think I was... At one point, I was drinking more than 1 soda a day. Right? And then I kind of went down to 1 a day. And then I stopped drinking soda. And then... in 2024, was it 2025? We just ended 2025. 2023. At the end of 2023, I'm pretty sure. I got really sick. I got really, really sick, like right at the end of the year. And I was bedridden an entire day. I like was unable to leave my bed. And I did not like eat anything all day. And so I had no sugar. And for years at this point, I hadn't been having soda. I stopped having soda like back when I was a teenager. Or maybe when I was like 20. But like for years, I hadn't been having soda. But I kind of like really, I had no sugar. And I was like, I basically did a sugar detox on accident. I accidentally did a sugar detox. And so what I decided is that for all of 2024, I kept up reducing my sugar intake. And so I had reduced sugar intake for most of 2024. And then for 2025, I kind of I put the brake on it a little bit. I kind of allowed myself to have a bit more sugar, mostly because literally everyone in my life who I talked to about it was like, that doesn't sound healthy, including my doctor. So I'm now having more healthy amounts of sugar in my day to day. But basically, I am at the point now where I have severely reduced my sugar intake. I have not had soda in years. And so drinking soda, or I hadn't had soda in years. And so I'll have a soda like once every couple months. And I just Sprite a couple months ago because it was offered to me. And it was so syrupy. Like I'm at the point, and I've been at the point for years now. I drink so much water. I mostly drink water and I drink juice, which are both very thin. If I have like a liquid like syrup, it feels thick enough and sticky enough and syrupy enough that I want something to wash down the soda. So at this point, like I'm no longer at the point where I can just like drink a soda. I need to like have a chaser for my soda, that it's an actual liquid, not a syrup. King carousing controls them for good humanity? Yeah. Exos are creatures who are formerly humans who have decided to step off the path of humanity to achieve power they cannot understand. You make it sound so intentional. That seems very weird. I assume it goes more for the idea that because they have grace and are psychically active, they're immune, unless the implication is that they suffer some type of metamorphosis. So, okay. For anyone who doesn't know CAIN, in CAIN, shadow government, has exos. Exos, they have grace. Grace gives you psychic powers. Grace, if you are traumatized, can make a sin. Exos fight sins. Long and short. 2 minute summary. 2 second summary. You play as exos, and you are treated as subhuman. You are legally and mechanically not considered a person. And everyone hates you. However, you did not choose this. You manifested this via trauma. No, I gathered that, Harpy. Don't you worry. What was I gonna say? Exo did not choose this. They just kind of like stumble into this, and they're mistreated. There's a theory I've heard. There's a theory I have heard put forward that exos are treated poorly, effectively, for their grace to continue being traumatized to make them stronger, so that they're better at slaying sins. Right? All exos are good for, in the eyes of CAIN, is killing sins. All they're good for. However, sin is also something that can build up within you. And as an exo, you might get too much sin, and you might become a sin. So there is a very real thing where CAIN does not want exos to go off the leash. They don't want exos to have too much freedom, because any exo could turn into a sin very easily. See, that makes no sense because that pushes you to go Mongo faster. It does. However, would you rather have a group of exos where, like, you have 10 exos, 2 of them die, 2 of them go Imago, and now you have 6, like, Cat 4 exos, and then a Cat 5 centipede comes out? Or would you rather have, you have maybe 1 of 10 dies, and you have 9 Cat 2 exos? They want the same amount of missions, But because they're more traumatized and because they have more of a force multiplier, they advance in cat significantly faster, right? Well, that's a legal and moral definition. Dehumanize someone is a classic strategy, but that doesn't change their natural state. No, Alti, what you're wondering is like, why would they do this? How can this make sense? Like, why would this work this way? And the real answer, and I said this before, is that Tom Bloom, the creator, thought it would be cool, and this is a horror setting. So it's something where like you could be like, oh, why would they do this? Like, how could this come about? But that's not really what matters. What matters is that is how it is. What matters is that this is the route CAIN has gone, and they will justify it to themselves however they want. Exos aren't human. Don't believe the lies of under heaven. Exos are also different since they're born with a sin seed, which is what gives them power. I still don't understand if the sin seed is something you're born with, like, or if it manifests in your life. No, topic change. It was about if exos are ontologically human. So, like, okay, are exos human? Yes. They are a sapient member of Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens sapiens. Are they a person? No. They are effectively a human sin hybrid. They're not a type 2 sin. They're not like fused with a sin, but they have abilities. And this is a weird intersection of like gameplay and story. Things that mechanically affect humans don't affect exos. If I have something that kills all humans in this radius, exos will be unaffected. So I think that you kind of have to recognize that they are ontologically different. There are things that, like, an idol can make any human part of its cult. It needs special stuff to make an exo part of its cult. Why the SCP Foundation got Class D personnel? Don't they know that getting people killed is bad? I mean, exos are kind of like X-Men mutants. I'm not gonna lie. Like the same thing of like, oh, they're born different, mistreated, but they get cool powers, and like, yeah, they're basically people, just slightly different. Since these are vague and partially a KSBD reference. Oh, did I make a video about this? Like, if exos were human, you'd be sending kids to die in the Shadow War. Yeah. So I recently made a video, which I can just, it's not letting me. I have the power that I can just stream my own content. Who's gonna DMCA me? Me? Okay, let's goodbye fortitude. And I never remember. Does my window capture have audio? I flavor CAIN's cruelty. Oh my gosh, why is this doubling? How do I flavor CAIN's cruelty? I took inspiration from the SCP Foundation, where I go by the motto, cold, not cruel. Bureaucracy is the name of the game. Aside from being horrible to spell, it really summarizes how I run CAIN. I run them basically like any other organization. There are many good people in it, folks who genuinely care for the exos and want what's best for them. Whoa, this is crazy. An individual can't change a broken system. They can try, but they'll get punished. So there's not some secret plan to try and further traumatize exos that would cause way more imagos than it's worth. It's just easier to rationalize sending someone to their death when you don't think of them as a human. CAIN admin effectively dehumanizes exos. That's insane. So they can sleep at night. Because otherwise, they would be responsible for sending kids off to their death. What greater sin is there than that? How do I flavor CAIN's... Yo, that one was crazy.
I can't stand when I'm watching a video and...
You ever wondered why Scotland looks like that? What do you mean, what am I...
Wait, Siri, we could be together.
Oh my gosh, we can be together, Siri. Wow. Sorry, I'm doing my Arrow Reacts channel. Sorry. Don't scroll, stop. Sin blast. Sorry, I was just trying to do my best reaction content. You made me doom scroll. Yeah, I don't do that. Like I don't scroll shorts. Something that really annoys me is that when shorts auto scroll, because like I want to read the comments. I like click on one short, I read the comments, I watch it, I read the comments, and then I click off of it. My Oshi has the same algorithm. See, that's crazy because that was like an incognito tab. That was a private tab. I would never doom scroll on my actual account. I opened an incognito tab, I copy pasted my video, I watched it, and then I started scrolling. So apparently you have the basic, like, you watched one Arrow Writes video, here's JSchlatt algorithm. I can't believe Arrow got DMCA'd by Yami Arrow. Oh my gosh. I actually did get flagged. My channel flagged myself because I have a VOD channel. If you don't know, Arrow VODs. I put my Twitch streams over there. And I transferred some of the streams that were on this channel that are like unlisted to that channel. And then because of that, YouTube warned me like, hey, yo, this loser, this like Arrow VODs cretin, this absolute mongrel, they uploaded 100% of your video. You should kill them. Here's this gun in their address. And then it was just my address. And then I'm like, you know what? Thank you, YouTube. I appreciate it. And I just didn't do anything about it because it's me. Like, it's my channel. Bureaucracy sucks to spell. Yeah, I hate bureaucracy. Yeah, so that was my best. How'd y'all like Arrow Reacts? Are you ready for my reaction channel? Are you ready for my reaction center debut? Hey, go back to Scotland. I want to see my house. Why does Scotland look like that? Why are we talking about Scotland? 10 out of 10 accuracy. I hated it. You know, that's crazy. Monty, it was crazy. That's crazy. Arrow reacts. Oh, my frick. No. No. Oh, frick. However, I feel like I may have misunderstood if you're answering my question, but what virtues ever think that if CAIN... Oh, I didn't answer that question. That's why. The reason that you don't understand my answer is because I never answered it. CAIN virtues are not thinking that CAIN is going to win. I think every single virtue recognizes this is unwinnable. And they are not going to live long enough, even with stasis, even with being suspended animation. They are not going to survive long enough to see Sin. Wait, I got ASMR? I made a joke ASMR. I don't do ASMR regularly. My virtues, they think they are trapped in an unwinnable circumstance and they are overwhelmingly resigned to it, and they all cope with it in different ways. For instance, Fortitude loves fighting strong opponents because Fortitude, the only thing that gives them meaning in life is what is the biggest sin they can kill. Fortitude's focus on only killing stuff and nothing else is a maladaptive coping strategy of, when I die, I want it to be to the most impressive, incredible, horrifying sin imaginable. I want to be the virtue that killed the most sins, that killed the worst sins, and the only time I get that rush of feeling like I'm actually alive and in control of myself is when I'm in the middle of a fight and I think I'm about to die. And so they're like adrenaline. They're like an adrenaline junkie, right? Oh no, you'd rather go death? Yeah. So the one ASMR I've done this past week was me hitting on you at the club. It's like a role play, but a swarm of bees breaks in, and bees overtake the ASMR. BSMR, you see, you got it. So Fortitude only likes fighting strong opponents because that's how they cope with this. Justice just listens to everything that they're told and like follows all orders because it's easier to just be a cog in the machine than be a It's easier to be a cog in the machine than try to fight against the machine, right? Faith tries to bring comfort and kindness and faith to other, like, XOs. Tries to just be the nice person, spread joy. And so, like, they all have their own coping mechanism. Oh, no. Therapy, like heartbeat, me too. That's why it wasn't like whisper ASMR. It was like, I guess, like roleplay. I don't know. I don't listen to ASMR, in case you couldn't tell. So it's not me going like, hey, I'm whispering, I'm Arrow ASMR. It's like me just like playing a character. Yeah, it was no whispering, only bees. No, I feel you. So basically, not only does CAIN dehumanize the XOs, their own collective power, which drives the entire system, excludes them from the species. Yeah, basically. Whisper blasphemy ASMR. But it's just telling you all the things that would get you killed. What do I think about critical fails? In the West Marches, we have been discussing between not have it based in roll, snake eyes in 2d6, or fail by difficulty by a lot. I'm a fan of fail by a lot. I think, okay. Crit fails, as well as crit successes. On a 1 or a 20, I think is literally the worst system you could have. Because literally, we've seen this happen. It's become a meme for this to happen. Is that any player assumes they can do anything by just getting a 20. Right? Players assume, oh, it doesn't matter if this is literally impossible. If I get a nat 20, it will happen. And part of that is because for 50 years now, that's how a lot of people play it. Like, I have heard stories of how this dwarf falls off a cliff and just flaps their arms really hard, and then they get a nat 20. So apparently that means that the fully armored dwarf can just defy gravity and fly back onto the cliff. And people do that in their games because they think it's funny. But that completely removes all sense of stakes and scale. I am a fan of when crit successes and failures are rare or earned. So Pathfinder has degrees of success. I think what that is, and you tell me if I'm wrong, I've never played Pathfinder. If it's a DC 18, you critically fail if you roll an 8 or lower, and you critically succeed if you get 28 or higher. Is that right? Is that about what this is? Or supposed to be that. Alternatively, if you have something like it's a 3d6 system, and if you ever roll triples, or it's a 2d6 system and you roll a 2 or a 12, those are rare enough that that's interesting. I think that this indicates like, oh, you suck at this. You have a -2 and you rolled poorly. It's a critical fail. You have a +10 to this and you rolled well. You deserve this. Whereas like triple ones is like, oh my God, like, I'm sorry you rolled that. If you roll like 4 4s, okay, interesting. That doesn't happen that often. That is a 1 in like 180 chance. That will happen often enough that it will like come up in game, but it will not happen often enough that it will actually be like every session. To me, critical success is the best possible outcome. If you had to flirt with a dragon and roll in that 20, they'd laugh and let you live. That's the best outcome you could get. Well, with that particular example, that's like, okay, what's the vibes of the dragon? How are they flirting? Like, I think it's reasonable that like, as much as I hate, like genuinely, like really get frustrated by the ideas of like, I'm going to seduce everything. I do think there's a world that like, yeah, your character could seduce the dragon. However, a single nat 20 is not going to do that. Right? Unironically, the sound of insects buzzing is more soothing to me than whispers. Are you a hive for insects? that crawl within your body and utilize you for nutrients and subsistence, and then they come to your defense when you are in danger, much like that one guy from Naruto. Yeah, are you a cicada? I love Destiny 2, so I made wish dragons in D&D a bit ago. Tips for implementing wish dragons. I don't know what that is. That sounds like wish dragon. You talking about? So you get it, because like it's a play on witch dragon, but I'm saying wish dragon as if it were witch. I don't know anything about Destiny, so saying wish dragons, I could just make up a wish dragon and tell you what I would do, but that doesn't sound like what you're asking. Is disillusionment distinct enough from guilt to work as a separate class of sin from the ogre? I will say, don't worry about conflicting emotions when it comes to homebrew sins for CAIN. Because there will always be someone that comes up with something that is way more unique than you, and you'll be like, oh, how did I not realize that, like, mania is different from desire and indulgence? And there's always going to be someone that has anger. And you're just like, is that not just how... I mean, like, I guess it's kind of not, but, like, is anger not just vengeance? And then there's always gonna be the two extremes. There's always gonna be someone that's like, it's so unique, it's so special, it's so differentiated, and there's gonna be someone else that's like, you really didn't have to do this. Even mechanically, it's very similar to the Hound. Why did you make this? So just do your thing. Do what's fun for you. I will say I have a similar struggle where disillusionment, I could see that being Lord. I'm disillusioned with the world. I want to go back. For wish dragons, make the players talk to the players directly, not the characters, the players. That can work. That can work. I'd avoid it, personally. Unless, like, you have a group that's, like, getting bored. So, okay, what I would recommend. Whenever people bringing out, like, meta, out-of-game stuff into their D&D game, my first thought is, why? And it's almost always, well, because it would be cool. Okay, that would be cool, but also that shatters any immersion that your players have. And that will be very hard to build back up again. So what I would recommend is that instead of focusing on breaking the meta level, focus more on enhancing the internals, would be my suggestion. Making a homebrew sin will be the death of me, but I'm still doing it. Nice. Most sins can come from any negative emotion. I say most sins can come from any emotion, would be my suggestion. I would love to see a sin of happiness. I would love to see a sin of gratitude. I would love to see a sin that is about humility. And then there are the unhealthy extremes of these. Happiness devolving into mania. Gratitude developing into martyrdom. Humility developing into a complete shattering of your own sense of ego. The new blasphemy quirk for tongue is really meta, but I really like it. See, that's why I don't like wire too much, or track too much. Because even though I like track, I think track is cool. It's too meta for me. But like nothing else in CAIN is that meta. If this was a more meta game, or even if this was something like Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu being meta helps break the immersion on purpose to sell that there are higher planes of understanding beyond the game. Right? Yeah, like overly humble. Me, when I'm so humble, I don't think I deserve nothing, so the sin starts taking all my stuff. Whoa, toad upon ye. The sin I'm homebrewing right now is inspired by a JJK curse, but has themes of decay and filth, which I'm struggling to make distinct. So, what I would recommend is instead of wallowing in it, inflicting it. The ogre wallows in filth and decay and grossness and disgusting, whereas you can inflict that on someone as a disease. You can inflict that on someone as tearing down the illusion of their home as being a safe place. Like, you can have it be more active. The ogre is one of those passive sins. The ogre is probably the most passive sin because it just sits there and doesn't want to move and doesn't want you to come by it and doesn't want its host to go away. Whereas this could be more like bringing this to others if it's an active curse, right? A kindness sin that sees death as the ultimate kindness, yeah. Besides Fortitude and Akechi, who else do I fancy? I assume this is like more fictional characters. I mentioned Judo on the last stream. So we have Akechi, we have Judo, we have Fortitude. This is, I brought up Naoto from Persona just because, like, I thought that they're cute and I like their romance with the main character. I don't know. I don't fancy too many characters. It is inflicting it. It's got the parasites and actively spreading decay. I just don't know how that's mechanically different from the miasma. People. Parasites prioritize people. Therefore, every time pressure increases, a parasite worms its way into a new person and makes them actively go around self-sabotaging and destroying their own life. It makes an NPC in the investigation area so overwhelmed with like this like decay that they go out there and they don't just like trash their room. They like go to City Hall and like start trashing their boss's office, right? And so suddenly, every time pressure increases, the stability of the area like gets shaken, right? And so people do prioritize people. Oh wait, that's what I wrote. Whoops. Parasites prioritize people. Yeah, so who do I fancy? Like the thing about like, okay, so the thing about fancying is like that's very new to me as a thing. Like I've never really seen a fictional character and be like wowza before, but like Fortitude kind of makes me go wowza. Akechi made me go wowza. Not for me, but because of like the enemies to lovers with Joker. Judo was a little bit of wowza. Naoto again was like with the main character. I thought it was really cute. So yeah, not too many. Although like I'm sure if people give me examples, I'll probably be like, oh yeah, that one. If you were an EXO, would I rather fight an idol or an ogre asking for my group suffering? I personally would rather fight an idol. Because, well, yes, it does have a bunch of cultists that I would have to worry about. Like, it's probably really vain, and I would feel better about beating it up. And also, like, fighting it would probably be more pleasant. Because even though it's got, like, flesh swapping, it doesn't have, like, vomiting, black, pus-filled, like, sludge at you. And that's just unpleasant, right? That's just independent of how damaging that is. I just don't want to be near that. Right? At least the idol won't rip your limbs off. No, but it will put your limbs in someone else and their limbs in you. Okay, that could work. I didn't want the pressure to be parasiting people because I felt that would step on the toes of the centipede. And that's true. However, there's also something to be said of if it's about filth and decay and disillusionment, and then mechanically it kind of has elements of the centipede, suddenly it's unique because it's neither a centipede nor an ogre. Idol over ogre any day. I do not want my limbs ripped off. Honestly, my concern isn't even the limbs. My concern is the like gross disgustingness, and also, I don't know. I like to think that I'm pretty like good mentally fortitude. I don't know how I'd handle facing an ogre. Cause like if the ogre makes me depressed, like I'm clinically depressed, heads up. I don't know if I'd be like good to fight an ogre. Cause if it exacerbates that, or if I'm in like a depressive cycle, that'd be really bad for me. However, also, what if it's like I have armor? What if it's like, hey, you can't make me more depressed than I already am, elbozo? You know? Like what if that's what it is? Yeah, ogres are disgusting and gross and unpleasant to be around, but if I get hit by a crusher who tells me all of my friends my secrets, honestly, am I crazy? Tell me I'm crazy. Am I the one who really wants to know what my like Persona 4 palace would be? Am I the only one who like, if my like I'm fighting an ogre and like the crusher is after me and like reveals all of my secrets, am I the only one who like kind of wants to know? The centipede doesn't parasite people, just makes them go on violent rampage. That's fair. So like, am I the only one who like, I want to see the inner workings of my mind? Because sometimes I feel like an enigma to myself. And yeah, that's very like, society calls me gay. Like it's very, sounds deep, but isn't. But it's definitely something where like, I am someone who I like to think I self-reflect a lot. But at the same time, there's certainly things about myself that like, I don't know what I'm suppressing and what I'm just like, aren't really important parts of myself, right? Your palace would be imposter syndrome. Maybe. I'd like to know it's very real. It sounds like therapy by magic. So literally, it's therapy by magic, and that's why a couple years ago at this rate, because again, like prior to my channel, I stopped all of my writing when I was doing my channel. I've only recently picked it back up, and even then I've been super busy. I started writing a story set in my setting, in the sci-fi setting, in the sci-fi era, where utilizing artificial intelligence, a company's launching a prototype group therapy session where you get a group of people together and they have this device that one person gets inside. And other people are sat outside. And it's all hooked up together. And they all go into like a Matrix style simulation built off of the subconscious of the person in the main device. And they all basically go through a recreation of their internal, which is like an escape room. And you have to solve whatever the puzzle is that is related to the like psychological state and trauma and underlying like biases and suppressed notions of the host. And then the whole thing is that you have to find the door out, and you have to find the key to unlock the door. So you find the key, you find the door, you unlock it, you open it, and then there is a representation of their shadow, of their subconscious made manifest, of their id, of their shadow, of their other self or whatever, that you then have to overcome. And so it's an escape room into a confrontation. And all of these shadows are based off of someone in that person's life. So for instance, the first person that goes in, she has a very strained relationship with her mother. And she is someone that's constantly juggling plates and constantly has a bunch of interests and constantly has a bunch of habits and like all of this stuff. And so she's like, go, 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 always trying to do something. She's the instigator. She's pushing everyone to do stuff. She's constantly trying to like have all these things and is being burnt out as a result. And so hers is a giant airship. That's like a blimp, right? And there's a command deck. Like this is like a command center that has a bunch of terminals in it that is overflowing with like controls and sensors and arrays and like lattices, and like it's a full-time job just to maintain it up there. And under the deck is a bunch of rooms, and all of the rooms have different representations of hobbies or interests or ideas or parts of her life. And it is a maze. And in each of these rooms is a piece of coal. And written on the coal is a word or a phrase. And at the very back of it is the engine. And in the engine room, if you toss coal into the furnace, depending on what's written on it, it will either add fuel to it, or it will just kind of turn into a black sludge and fill up the room with smoke. And so what this is that it's because she's constantly go, go, go. Because she's constantly like in her own head, a million things going on at once. Like the command, like the captain's quarters is like a full-time job just to make sure this thing doesn't crash. And you also need to go down into the bowels of the ship and actually like bind through all of these rooms coal to fuel the furnace. And so it is impossible for one person to effectively manage at the very back of the ship the furnace and search for all the coal and handle all of these up here and like have the direction and like figure out how to do all of it. So she needs to rely on people, right? She needs to rely on other people. And this entire thing, it's flying in this desert above a ravine. And the ravine is filled with crashed airships. And it is a graveyard with furnace tombstones of chimneys sticking up from burning wreckages of other airships that were unable to manage it. And they just like keep going and they keep going and they like more coal and then they get more height and they keep going. And eventually they realize that they're going too fast. They added too much coal. And so they all just basically grab onto one another. No one can really like feel anything except for the host. Everyone else is kind of like semi-transparent. Everyone else is like semi-translucent. Everyone else isn't really fully present. They're like a ghost. They're an observer. And so they all just grab hold of the host and they all jump off. And because none of them feel pain, it's fine. The host is like, that sucked, but was cushioned by their friends. And they find the door. And then they realize that they never got the key. And they failed. Because the host didn't learn her lesson. The host never actually allowed other people, like the host was kind of on the back foot trying to be the captain of her ship and failing and didn't actually manage it. And so later in the story, she goes back, they try again and they figure out where the key is. And it's a whole thing. So like that's the kind of thing that it's going for. And I had a lot of fun writing this up. I had a lot of fun writing the character dynamics. There's 4 different characters, each of which has their own like thing that they're dealing with. And I had so much fun coming up with like the escape rooms and the mindscapes and like what the actual like A to B is of the actual getting out. And then the confrontation. So for instance, she has a strained relationship with her mother. So it's her mom. Her mother is the one that's behind that door. And her mother manifests as a giant, flaming, angry, berating figure. And in this entire thing, the host is made of wicker. Wicker? Like a wicker basket? Like wood? She's like made of wood. And so something that happened is that she wasn't able to be the one to put stuff in the furnace because she kept getting set on fire. Because she was like made of kindling. And so she had to rely on everyone else to find the coal for her. She had to rely on people to pilot the ship for her. She had to rely on people to burn the coal for her. And it's like she couldn't do anything. And that was driving her crazy. And now her mother's this giant, angry, flaming giant that's like berating her. And being made of wood, she can't do anything. If she gets close to her, if she tries to like fight back, she will just get set on fire. She will be burned by her mother. And so it's this thing where like she has to deal with like, how do I tackle this? I cannot confront my mother directly because all that will do is leave me burned. And then obviously in real life, she can't deal with her mother directly because that will leave her burned. So she has to learn in the actual mindscape how to deal with this. And then because of that, well, clearly that implies how she can deal with it in real life. And then that's the whole like premise of this. Escape room into a boss raid? Yeah, basically. Arrow, I do have a very basic question. After reading the book, I understand like how is a hunt in terms of like if there are monsters running around and exos need to kill them, like how do they find the answers and the like? Okay, so what's going to happen? You're going to have a hunt. It's going to be, for instance, my hunt was they get dropped off at the bottom of town. There's downtown. There is this like big park area here. There's a school here. And there are residences here, right? They were told, we think the host is this young woman who took her own life because this is an ogre. So her house is over here. The school that she went to is there. And we also saw a grace detection over here of what we think might be a drifter. There's been rumors of something in the woods at dawn and dusk. And so the players were able to go around and like, yes, there are monsters around, but there's a cat one ogre. It's not like the town is overthrown. Like town was business as normal. It's business as usual. The town was effectively totally normal. And so they like went over to here. They went over to here. They checked out the school. Like they did all these different things. They went over here. They doubled back to the school. Like they just went around and they like talked to people. They spoke with the young woman's or with the young girl's family and like had negotiations and had interrogations. They looked over the park to see what the creature in the woods was. They went to the school, spoke with a teacher that they realized the teacher was actually the real host because the teacher thought he was responsible for not saving the young woman who took her own life. And then they like just talked to people. Now in something like, for instance, in a more hot zone where I ran a game for 2 players where it was a centipede had overtaken an entire city and it was in quarantine. And they literally, do I still have it? I don't think I ever saved it, but I've shown it off on stream before. I don't think it was in this. I would need to like find the chat that it was part of. Let me scroll momentarily. Not this one. It was here. Give me one moment, please. I have to like take a screenshot of it because apparently it's not wanting to work. Just copied. Oh, now it worked. Nice. So, I had this hunt set up where this entire area was taken over by centipede. So do you see how there's like at risk, secure, lost, unclear. So like this is like I took a map of a real life city and I changed the name on it. So like up here it says like Arden, Illinois. I changed the name. And then I added like some information down here. So like secure indicates confirmed and monitored perimeter. I think it was a cat 4 centipede. However, they were being sent in there to take out a cat 1 toad. Right? So they're taking out a cat 1 toad within the investigation area of a cat 1 centipede. Centipede, anywhere it says lost or at risk, these are areas where like infested or spotted, infested or active, right? So there's no people they can just walk up to and ask. So they had sightings of toads. They had monitored readings of toads that they were then pursuing, right? So it's secure indicates confirmed and monitored, perimeter, at risk indicates infested population detected, lost indicates infested population exceeds 50%, unclear indicates insufficient data. So for instance, this used to be secure, it very recently became not secure. Over here, this has at least 50% of the population are infested. But the toad is over here. So they investigate this area and they're looking for signs of toads. They find one of the locations at it is a stash of like jewelry and watches and like stuff by a luxury car buried underground. And so they realize, okay, our Toad's MO is breaking into cars. And so they start looking at other like locations where Toads have been spotted, and they see like, wait, we just got a Grace Monitor reading. This one is at a parking lot. Let's go there. Right? This one's at a jewelry store. Let's go there. And so they started like putting pieces together, even though they never talked to anyone. They had external support giving them like Grace monitoring updates. And that's how I ran that. So you can do it either way, where they just talk to normal people that are like just living their life, or you can have it be like, go to point A tells you to go to point B tells you to go either C or D. If they go to C, it tells them to go to E. If they go to D, it tells them to go back to C, and then flowchart. Going to hunt the coughing baby and found the nuclear bomb. So it was more go hunt the coughing baby, which was a Cat 1 Toad, in the lair of a Cat 4 nuclear bomb, the centipede. Did I watch the superhero cut? I have not gotten a chance to yet. Thank you for the reminder, though. What did I think of the Liba Association supplement? I am unaware. I actually don't know too much CAIN Homebrew. Fun fact, earlobes serve no biological function. That is true. They are just skin. That's why people pierce them so much. And like screw with them and stretch them or whatever. How's the CAIN Homebrew I'm working on? I have not worked on it in like 2 weeks. Like last week, I wrote a little bit about metamorphosis. I have been very busy the past couple weeks. I've been very social. I've been talking to a lot of people. Very happy with that. But, you know. How did CAIN handle recruiting Hattie with their channel and R? Did they make them make a good vibe video, create a cover story, just channel went dark? I think that would be a question for Cell. I know that it was like they just got bagged and tagged, right? And I think CAIN probably uploaded hey, sorry, I'm going to need to be going on hiatus. Indefinite hiatus. And they probably uploaded oh my God, like black text, white background. I'm so sorry to do this, but something really important came up. And I'm going to need to go on indefinite hiatus until further mention. You're the best community someone can ask for. I love you all so much, and I'll see you on the other side. And like something like that, where it's just like answers questions without actually answering questions. Goodbye. Whoa, the best X-Men. Who's the best X-Men? If you say Wolverine, I'll punch you. Okay, so I can't select that question because I think you said I'll punch you. Who is the best X-Men? So when you say best, I assume you mean like who's my favorite. My main exposure to the X-Men is the 2000s X-Men movies. Like X1 through X3. I have a little bit of exposure to them outside of that. I have been playing Cyclops and Marvel Rivals. I did just start playing Marvel Rivals again like the other day, and I did play a bit of Cyclops, and I did enjoy that. But Cyclops is like a bit of a Boy Scout, and also he's a bit of an F-boy. I like Jean Grey. Jean Grey is cool. I do love Nightcrawler. I mean, like, who doesn't love Nightcrawler? Really? Gambit is someone I'm fine with. I know my roommate loves them. My roommate loves Gambit. I was gonna say, I really like Magneto. Like, and obviously, like, Professor X. My first thought was Magneto. My second thought was Professor X, and I figured I wouldn't say either of those. Like, the issue with Magneto, and I think this is a genuine issue. Like, the issue is he's almost always just right. And it's hard to even say, like, oh yeah, well, he's got the right idea, but his methods are absolutely deplorable. Like, no. In most media, a lot of the hate mutants get is like active violence, and he is defending himself. And it's like, yeah, he could not call himself the Brotherhood of Evil, which I agree with, but like he also began as a villain for the sake of villainy. And Magneto's a really awkward spot where people keep making him too correct. Right? Because for instance, I'm a VTuber. If suddenly there's a huge movement of anti-VTubers and I use my powers of being a VTuber to use all 3 of my guns against you at once, and I shoot people that are attacking me. If all you were doing was saying like I'm a loser and I'm dumb, that would be not justified. But if you're like actively trying to like eliminate all VTubers, I feel like that's kind of justified. The heal cancer machine with the orphan blender attached on the side for some reason. Exactly. Like he just didn't want his people to suffer. And the issue with Magneto is he started off. So I think it's very, very common knowledge. Magneto, Professor X started off, I don't think as analogs of, but inspired by Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. Malcolm X, historically, in real life, I believe he was like a proponent of the Black Panthers. He was a proponent of violent, not retribution, but like violent activism for immediate change to benefit Black Americans who at the time were suffering from Jim Crow. Right. Professor X, Martin Luther King Jr. analog, very much was like a integrate into society, become equals. And obviously Martin Luther King Jr. was received better, not just by the government, but also by white populaces and also just by a lot of people in general. Saying, hey, let's all work together is a very good thing to say. It also really helped that he was not just Christian. He was also like a trained minister or something. Like he was a like an active like ties to the church, which particularly in the 50s and the 60s, Cold War, America really liked being religious, and it still does to this day, because if you don't know, the USSR, one of its things was like no gods, no masters. And part of saying ill evil communism, ill evil USSR, the US was basically doing the opposite of whatever they did. And so that's when there was a real giant push for particularly Christianity and Protestantism, but like Christianity in general in the US and being a Christian nation. I think that's when they added did they add under God to the Pledge of Allegiance at that point? But the thing being is that like, so they have analogs there. MLK got a lot more traction, obviously is more remembered now today, is given a lot of credit now today. And the issue is that like, oftentimes, someone said this, someone on Twitter said this, is that the X-Men are often stories about people that are shunted from society trying to reintegrate and being punished for it. Whereas Doom Patrol is people who are shunted from society and they just kind of form their own, they form their own community. Which I don't know how accurate this is. I don't watch Doom Patrol. I won't say I'm a huge X-Men fan. I don't know how accurate this is, but I feel like in modern continuity, it's not so much. Yeah, so I'm kind of like, I'm talking multiple fronts here. I was saying this as context for how Magneto and Professor X began. Now, at this point, they've kind of moved away from that pretty solidly. It's no longer Magneto is a Malcolm X and Professor X is MLK analog. They have roots in them, but they are separate. The issue is, as writers continue to make mutant hate worse and more violent, it's harder to justify Professor X as wanting to work with humanity. Despite the fact that demonstrably there are obviously good humans and people who work alongside mutants, and it works with like Xavier's School for Extraordinary Youngsters. it feels a lot more like Professor X is one of the privileged few and is sacrificing other mutants for the hope that he can help others become part of the privileged few who are not distracted from in the same way. And I think it's literally like a plot line in the comics that a lot of the mutants who join Xavier's school are the ones that aren't very visibly mutant. Or if they are visibly mutant, it's like they're a human with extra stuff. Whereas a lot of the Brotherhood of Evil mutants are the ones who they would never be able to live a normal life. They're obviously a mutant the moment you look at them. And so they're subjected to most of the worst discrimination. And it's one of those things where it's just like, it's really just, like X-Men can't really be apolitical. Like you can try, you can make it about cool mutants fighting against the Sentinels, but even that's like, the Sentinels are a government mandated program to exterminate people. That's inherently political. Yeah, the most awkward thing is that they always try to make him wrong for not rebelling in the correct way, and they make him what he was. Exactly. Like, his big scene in X-Men 97 season 1 was great. Yeah. I feel like in modern continuity, not so much. Magneto was right, but so Professor X was very much wrong. There is no future where humanity just accepts mutant, and it's so tragic. Yeah, it's kind of hard not to make the X-Men bootlickers, and which sucks because I do think that there is a fantastic angle, and I think some stories have tackled this, where Professor X and the X-Men are not like bootlickers. They're not like the privileged few. They're not like the couple of mutants that happen to look human enough to like be passing. They are mutant. They are mutant, and they are exemplars of how amazing a person can be regardless of whether or not they're a mutant. Right? And I think some stories deal with that, but a lot of them just kind of say Magneto bad because violence is always bad. And I'm not here to advocate for violence in any capacity. All I'm going to say is I think that is flattening what needs to be a very in-depth discussion. And does anyone know who's the dude who like he ran for mayor at one point and he said like, let's not say the M word, or like I'm not a mutant. Like wasn't there some big controversy around one of the X-Men's like sons who was a mutant and ran for like public office and basically disavowed himself from being a mutant? Like that's interesting. That sucks. That's a terrible thing to do. But that's a really interesting angle to explore, right? And I think that's so much more interesting than just saying, oh, well, Magneto is super evil and Professor X is super good, right? Seriously though, how do I go about making world building? I think it's cool to look into people how to make worlds. If you want to look into world building, I have multiple streams archived. Any of the ones talking about the Neolithic of the past like couple months, those are all world building. Those are literally just world building. The main thing about world building is I go for consistency over realism. I go for what is internally consistent over what would be real, because realism means nothing. What matters is how well does it fit with pre-established canon and how does it evolve upon that? It is the mixture, as all things are, of novelty and familiarity, and it's how can I push new ideas while honoring previous ones. That's the big thing. And I'm just going to leave it at that for now because I've talked about this a lot, and I need to wrap up because it's been 4 hours. Fancy, marry, kill, Fortitude, Akechi, and Judo. Yeah, easy. So I absolutely marry Judo. He'd treat me right. Fancy, Fortitude, because they would treat me wrong, but like in the best way. And kill Akechi because I hate him. It's like the easiest FMK that I've ever been given. Like all of these line up. None of these are a compromise. I love this answer. Anyway, thank you so much for swinging by. I am going to hop off because it's been 4 hours. I was planning for like 2 hours. When am I not? Tomorrow, stream on Saturday, 11 a.m. PST on Twitch. I'm going to be playing Stellaris. And then afterwards, I'm going to be joining a collab for Goose Goose Duck. I might stream my perspective. I might just wrap up stream. Who knows? It'll be after 5 hours, so I might just wrap up stream and just like not stream my perspective. Next week, I'm going to... I'll probably just do another chatting stream on Wednesday, Xeneolithic on Discord on Thursday, and I think I might skip a CAIN week next week, because I didn't really have anything CAIN planned today. So I don't know what I'll have planned next week. I don't know if I'll have time to have stuff in the interim, so... I have some friends who are chemistry and physics nerds who started the particle physics when they began world building. That's too brave for me. I'm not brave enough for that. Anyway, thank you all so much for swinging by. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you, whether you're a lurker or a chatter or a VOD watcher. Take care of yourself and have a lovely day, night, afternoon, evening, whenever. Bye-bye.